Chapter 1241, Taking Action Without Hesitation. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1241, Taking Action Without Hesitation. News of Shi Feng's exit from the Resurrection Temple spread like wildfire. Practically every fleet commander of the Freedom Alliance received the word at the same time. He's finally out. Silent Entropy smiled as he read the message his subordinate had just sent him. Although you've managed to obtain the legacy, it won't be that easy for you to take it away. Compared to the other fleets, he had a much greater understanding of the Sea Dragon's secret land. After all, he had been the one to discover the secret land in the first place. How could he possibly let someone else obtain the Sea God's legacy so easily? Leaves, are you really going to cooperate with them? The cloaked woman asked as she looked at 100 Leaves, who was currently commanding a battle. The secret temple had long since made arrangements for such situations. They didn't need to cooperate with the other fleets to deal with Shi Feng. As long as Shi Feng exited the secret land, whether it was obtaining the Sea God's legacy or completing the Demon God's quest, they could easily achieve both by themselves. Cooperate? 100 Leaves could not help but giggle. How could I possibly cooperate with them? I simply wish to see what kind of trump cards that person still has. Previously, whether it was his fight against Identical Summer or his performance inside the Legacy Land, I kept feeling that he was still holding back a lot of his strength. Now that Identical Summer has banded together with the experts of the other fleets, I believe that even that man won't be able to continue holding back. If Identical Summer and the others do have some way to kill that man, I'll have Scorpion hinder them when the time comes. After all, that is the Sea God's legacy we're talking about. We absolutely cannot afford to let the other fleets have it. When the cloaked woman heard this, she immediately came to a realization. She had never thought that 100 Leaves had actually taken such factors into consideration. This way, Shi Feng really was doomed. As long as he left the secret land, there would be no escape for him. Outside the Resurrection Temple, as soon as Shi Feng came out, Passing Monarch walked up to him excitedly. Brother Yi Feng, you truly are amazing. Despite all the efforts Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves have put in, you still managed to snatch the legacy from them. I'm guessing that they're bursting with rage right about now, Passing Monarch said, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at the swordsman. After all was said and done, the Freedom Alliance was an overlord at the sea's end. Meanwhile, the foundations of both Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves were among the best in the Freedom Alliance. Nonetheless, Shi Feng had actually managed to steal the legacy from those two by relying on his own strength. Sorry for the wait. Let's set out for the other caverns now. Shi Feng simply smiled in response to Passing Monarch's words, not commenting on the legacy he obtained. He had already seen the Sea God's legacy for himself, and it was definitely one of the most incredible legacies he had seen. The reason for this was the legacy tablet allowing not only one player to obtain a legacy but 10. This was an incredible matter. After all, even obtaining one legacy in God's domain was already quite a challenge, not to mention 10 in one go. Meanwhile, among these 10 players, one could obtain the Sea God's legacy, while the remaining 9 could obtain the Sea God's Protector's legacy. Players who inherited these legacies would receive a portion of the Sea God's strength. Moreover, the player who inherited the Sea God's legacy would receive greater power from the legacy the more Sea God's Protectors they had. Alright. Let's move out right away. Passing Monarch nodded. However, as soon as Passing Monarch said so, Identical Summer suddenly appeared, wearing a smile on his face as he looked at Passing Monarch and Shi Feng. At the same time, a large group of players came out from the forest one after another, their numbers reaching close to 400. These players surrounded Shi Feng's group completely. Brother Monarch, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Identical Summer said, laughing. Look at how pitiful we are. Even after we entered the secret land, we still ended up obtaining nothing at all. You, on the other hand, have made a fortune. Shouldn't you make a gesture of goodwill? Passing Monarch's complexion turned incredibly grim as he observed his surroundings. Currently, it wasn't just Identical Summer's men that were present. He could also see well-known experts of 1st Fleet to 11th Fleet here. Our 3rd Fleet has already obtained the legacy. Are you still thinking of stealing it from us? In a deep tone, Passing Monarch said, could you have forgotten about the contract we signed before we entered this place? What you say is indeed true. Our various fleets did sign a contract barring us from stealing the legacies others have obtained. However, we have no plans on stealing your legacy right now. We only want those 2 small sailboats of yours. Of course, you can also choose not to give them. However, you'll have to die several times until you are forcefully teleported out of the secret land, Identical Summer sneered. They dared not violate the conditions of the contract. Otherwise, they would receive a severe penalty from the system. However, the contract they signed back then was not perfect, including many exploitable loopholes. Everyone had deliberately ignored these loopholes in order to prevent one fleet from gaining too large of a monopoly. Otherwise, they would have long since signed a contract that barred all aggression against each other while inside the secret land. Despicable. Passing Monarch's complexion paled in anger. However, he was also helpless about this situation. Although he, too, had known about the loopholes in the contract, he never thought that a day would come when every other fleet would join hands to target him. Well? What's your decision? Are you going to hand over the small sailboats, or do you wish to die in here time and again? Identical Summer laughed in ridicule. How about we give it a test? In any case, we have plenty of time right now. Although we won't be able to have every one of you sent back to level 0, we should have no problems getting a few of you there. Players couldn't leave the Sea Dragon secret land within 6 hours of entry. Only after 6 hours had passed could players teleport out of the secret land through the starting point. Either that, or get forcibly kicked out of the secret land after 10 hours had passed. There was a resurrection temple in the various rest points of the secret land, and any player killed within a cavern would get resurrected at the rest point of that particular cavern. Meanwhile, unlike the outside world, players that died here would get resurrected immediately. Although players would not lose one whole level after dying, killing a particular player back to level 0 would still be a piece of cake. One could say that this was the risk of entering the Sea Dragon's secret land. Hearing Identical Summer's words, the expressions of the 3rd Fleet's members turned grim, a hint of fear flashing across their eyes. They had spent a lot of time and effort to reach their levels. Getting killed back to level 0 was unthinkable. At this time, Tyrant Dynasty, the commander of 7th Fleet, shouted, "Why are we still wasting words with them? After they die a few times, they'll naturally become obedient." From the very beginning, they had no intention of letting Passing Monarch's fleet leave here in one piece. The reason for this was the sheer number of fleets in the Freedom Alliance. There was simply not enough resources to share with everyone. Hence, their condition for cooperating with Identical Summer was the expulsion of the 3rd Fleet from the Freedom Alliance in the past. Their various fleets had banded together to form the Freedom Alliance because they were too weak individually. Now, however, the situation had changed. The Freedom Alliance currently occupied 3 of the 12 major cities at the sea's end. They had both wealth and manpower. If they kicked a fleet out of the Freedom Alliance, they would obtain much more resources for themselves. However, as soon as Tyrant Dynasty finished speaking, Shifeng suddenly appeared before him, the sacred sword lightly cutting across the 7th Fleet's commander. 2 blue flashes enveloped Tyrant Dynasty. Before anyone could react to what was going on, Tyrant Dynasty was already lying motionless on the ground. So fast. Passing Monarch had an incredulous look on his face as he looked at the corpse of the level 43 berserker lying at Shifeng's feet. Compared to the attacks Shifeng had displayed in the previous battle, despite these 2 sword slashes being of equal speed, these attacks gave off an indescribably natural and sharp feeling. Everyone was also stunned by this situation. Shifeng had actually taken action without the slightest bit of hesitation. Glancing at the corpse at his feet, Shifeng smiled as he said, "I very much agree with your opinion. Once you all die a few times, you'll naturally learn to be obedient." Chapter 1242, Strategic Skill. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1242, Strategic Skill. You. Identical Summer had an astonished look on his face as he stared at Shifeng. He simply could not figure out what was going through Shifeng's mind. He had clearly placed Shifeng at an absolute disadvantage. Normally, the swordsman should have tried to delay for as much time as possible. Yet, before their side had even made a move, Shifeng had already taken action. What an interesting person. He actually dares to take the initiative to attack even in such a situation. Scorpion, who was watching from afar, was slightly surprised by this situation. The people Identical Summer had on his side this time were completely different from before. Among the 400 or so players, over half were experts dispatched from the other fleets, and even the weakest among them could reach the 5th floor of the trial tower. Scorpion himself would have no choice but to flee if he faced so many experts. Even if he really had to fight, he would have chosen to do so in favorable terrain and conduct a battle of attrition to whittle down his opponents one by one. Despite that, Shifeng had chosen to start a fight in a wide-open area. If a battle occurred in such an open area, the side with numbers would naturally possess a greater advantage. After all, every player on the battlefield could launch an attack, allowing a team to exert its strength fully. At this moment, Passing Monarch felt like weeping. Now that Shifeng had made a move, peace was off the table. Attack! Slaughter them! Identical Summer shouted, pointing at Shifeng. Immediately, the team of nearly 400 players swarmed towards Shifeng and Passing Monarch's crew. Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors charged at the forefront, followed by the other melee and ranged classes. The healers promptly cast Truth Shield or Protection on the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors. With these buffs, coupled with the HP these MTs possessed, they could easily endure over -40,000 damage. Those, in combination with their innate damage reduction and the fact that they were experts, would guarantee that they would not be killed instantly, even under a bombardment of numerous fireballs from powerful elementalists. What a powerful defense! Passing Monarch felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the approaching MTs. Ranged players would be helpless against such this iron wall-like defensive formation. Even when Blue Joy, one of the strongest ranged DPS in the 3rd Fleet, worked together with several other ranged players, she could not reduce the frontmost Guardian Knight's HP below 50% before said Guardian Knight got healed back to full HP. Right now, they could not even escape to the distant forest. Just as Identical Summer's group moved increasingly closer and the enemy ranged players were about to enter attacking range, Passing Monarch took out a Tier 2 magic scroll and began chanting. Suddenly, golden spears shot at the enemy MTs. A useless struggle, Identical Summer ridiculed. The current battle was different from the one on his small sailboat. Every player here could fully exert their combat power instead of being hindered by a narrow battlefield. In the next moment, the various MTs all activated their life-saving skills one after another, having the damage they received. Even when struck by the golden spears, they only lost around 10,000 HP. Moreover, these MTs had also managed to dodge the majority of these spear attacks. Each one of them received only 2 or 3 spears at most. The 40 or so healers standing at the rear needed to cast only 1 or 2 heals to bring the MTs back to full HP. Passing Monarch's Tier 2 magic scroll posed no threat whatsoever. Following which, Identical Summer's group continued to close in on Passing Monarch's crew. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the 30+ experts from the House of Seas had immediately surrounded Shifeng as soon as the fight began. You are very strong. This time, however, we will no longer be careless, Mad Beast said, his gaze fixed on Shifeng. Previously, the House of Seas experts had fought Shifeng without knowing his true strength. They also had no clue regarding his skills. As a result, he caught them off guard and eventually annihilated them. This time, however, they had come fully prepared. In the next moment, 3 level 43 summoners each took out a Tier 2 summoning scroll and promptly activated the scrolls. Tier 2 summoned creatures were equivalent to Lord-ranked monsters. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, these creatures were much stronger than the current Tier 1 assassins and berserkers. Moreover, the Tier 2 summoned creatures were all above level 50, which made their basic attributes far superior to those of current players. At the same time as the 3 summoners were activating their Tier 2 summoning scrolls, 5 elementalists standing at a distance each took out a Tier 2 magic scroll and activated an AoE attack spell that cast anywhere from 1 to 2 dozen attacks. These elementalists then controlled the attacks to bombard Shifeng simultaneously. They acknowledged that they were no match against Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. However, even if Shifeng was more powerful, faced with numerous attacks coming from all sides, how many could he possibly dodge? Even if the swordsman were struck only once or twice in each attack wave, without the support of a healer, he would eventually succumb to death. Meanwhile, Mad Beast and the other assassin experts also entered stealth and approached Shifeng. "Leaves, that person is dead for sure this time," the cloaked woman said as she watched the live stream from Scorpion. "Even Scorpion and the others won't be able to save him in time." Against Tier 2 spells coming from all directions and 3 Lord-ranked monsters, current players simply had no way to survive, unless they possessed invulnerability. Identical Summer really is ruthless. 100 Leaves also frowned at this situation. She never thought that Identical Summer and the others would be willing to waste so many magic scrolls to kill Shifeng. "It seems we have no choice but to have Scorpion use a Tier 2 defensive magic scroll." Just as Scorpion had received his orders and was about to take out a Tier 2 defensive magic scroll from his bag, a silver magic array suddenly appeared in the sky, covering everyone present. The Tier 1 absolute time sure is scary. Its effective range has actually increased by so much. Shifeng smiled as he looked at the silver magic array in the sky. This magic array was the result of Shifeng activating the Tier 1 absolute time, which he had just sacrificed a ton of EXP to level up. Mad Beast and the others' performance had exceeded his expectations. In such a flat and open terrain, even he would not be able to handle the attacks of so many Tier 2 magic scrolls and expert players. Hence, he had no choice but to use his strategic skill, Absolute Time. Previously, at Tier 0, Level 7, Absolute Time could only prevent enemies from using any skills, spells, and tools within an area of 100 by 100 yards for 24 seconds. After it reached Tier 1, Level 1, however, its effective area had expanded to 200 by 200 yards. Now, not only could the strategic skill cover the entire battlefield, but its duration had also increased to 30 seconds. The only downside of the skill's level up was that its cooldown had increased from 2 minutes, 30 seconds to 3 minutes. This situation had cost Shifeng the EXP from killing the Blackstone Chieftain and completing the Legacy Trial. However, due to Absolute Time, the Tier 2 spells flying towards Shifeng simultaneously vanished into nothingness. It was as if the spells had never been cast. The magic arrays maintaining the Tier 2 summoned creatures had also been abruptly shattered. Identical Summer and the others, who were currently fighting passing Monarch's crew a short distance away, found themselves unable to use any of their skills, spells, and tools. Not good. This is an AoE silencing skill. Everyone, quickly leave the spell's range. Mad Beast, who was forced out of his stealth state, shouted hurriedly. In God's domain, both ordinary players and expert players were heavily reliant on skills and spells in combat. Suddenly preventing them from using skills and spells was akin to robbing a tiger of its fangs and claws. Their combat power would fall by more than half. However, even as Mad Beast's words entered everyone's ears, Shifeng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind Identical Summer, using Chop to kill the latter instantly. At the same time, Shifeng also switched the Aura of Time to the Aura of Fire and promptly cast Firestorm over Mad Beast. Scorching flames rose from the ground, killing more than 30 experts on the spot. Only those with quick reactions had managed to avoid the raging inferno in time. Following which, Shifeng turned around and used Lighting Edge on the players assaulting passing Monarch's team. Unable to use any of their skills, the players targeting passing Monarch and the others fell helplessly to the innumerable arcs of lightning. In the blink of an eye, over 100 players collapsed, weapons and equipment scattered around their bodies. Shi Feng turned the tables on Identical Summer's group in an instant. Faced against expert players barred from using their skills, Passing Monarch and the Third Fleet members possessed an overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had an even easier time slaughtering players. He was practically killing one player with each attack. By the time Identical Summer's group had escaped absolute time's effective range, less than 30 members remained alive. In contrast, not a single one had died on Passing Monarch's side. Is this his hidden trump card? 100 Leaves' expression darkened considerably when she saw the live stream Scorpion sent her. Chapter 1243, Harvesting Equipment. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1243, Harvesting Equipment. After escaping absolute time's effective area, the other fleets had less than 30 members alive. If they continued fighting Passing Monarch's team of 90 players, there was no doubt that they would be annihilated. Right now, their only option was to flee. However, for Shi Feng, who greatly surpassed them in basic attributes, hunting them down was a piece of cake. While the sturdy Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors could endure a few hits, the other classes couldn't even last a moment against Shi Feng's swords. Almost every time Shi Feng swung his blades, a player died. What fast swordsmanship! Scorpion unconsciously gulped as he observed the battle from his distant hiding spot. Every one of Identical Summer's survivors was incredibly powerful. They would definitely be considered top-class experts in any large guild, yet not one of these experts had managed to block Shi Feng's attacks. Watching from afar, it seemed as if these players' reactions were slightly delayed, only lifting their weapons to block after Shi Feng's swords had bit into them. As a peak assassin, Scorpion knew very well that this result wasn't due to these players being slow. Rather, Shi Feng's attacks were simply too fast. However, the speed Shi Feng displayed was different from his previous fight against Mad Beast on Identical Summer's small sailboat. Back then, Shi Feng's speed had been the result of his high attack speed. His current speed, however, was due to his amazing reaction speed. It is fortunate that we didn't try to ambush him before. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Scorpion was relieved when he thought back to how his party had prepared to ambush Shi Feng. Shi Feng's extraordinary basic attributes made it impossible to fight him in a melee battle. One had to fight him from a distance. Mad Beast and the others' decision to use Tier 2 summoning scrolls and Tier 2 magic scrolls was wise. Unfortunately, nobody could have expected that Shi Feng had saved an AoE silencing skill. This skill instantly increased the difficulty of killing the swordsman. Unless these players could surpass Shi Feng's basic attributes and techniques, or surround him with a large group of peak experts with similar basic attributes, killing Shi Feng was practically impossible. Scorpion, did you get a lock on him? 100 Leaves asked. I've locked onto his soul. No matter where he goes, I'll find him, Scorpion reported confidently after checking the tracking system. Good. Continue keeping an eye on him and make sure you do not arouse any suspicion. Keep updating Uncle Li about his situation. 100 Leaves smiled in satisfaction. Thanks to Identical Summer and the other fleets working together to deal with Shi Feng, Uncle Li and his team had a greater chance of killing him. An AoE silence was indeed a troublesome skill. However, if one knew about it beforehand, they could find a way to cope. Commander, relax. He won't discover me, Scorpion said, grinning. The Soul Lock scroll kept a record of the aura released by the target's soul, and it would not display any status effects on the targeted player. There was no way for the targeted player to find out that they were being tracked. While Scorpion had given his report, Shi Feng had finished with the reaming fleet experts. Corpses and items littered the sandy beach. Big Brother Yi Feng, you are simply too amazing. Now that Identical Summer and the others have been annihilated, I want to see they try to stand in our way. Reverence lit Blue Joy's eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. Whether it was the previous battle against Identical Summer's fleet on the water or the current battle against the combined expert team the fleets had formed, Shi Feng had easily turned the tide of battle by himself. If this tale were retold, nobody would believe it. Shifeng was practically a living myth. Although identical Summer and the others would not lose an entire level from 1 or 2 deaths, players killed inside the secret land would drop a weapon or piece of equipment. The items identical Summer and the others had donned the best items they had before the fight. It would be nearly impossible to find suitable replacements in a short time. They could only use their backup items. This would significantly impact their combat powers. Worse, if they had not prepared any backup items, their combat powers would fall even further. Identical Summer would have to think twice before picking a fight with them now. Brother Yifeng, before Identical Summer and the others hurry back, let's use this opportunity to get out of here, Passing Monarch suggested. Players that died inside the secret land would automatically resurrect in the nearest resurrection temple. It would be very easy for Identical Summer and the others to regroup. Meanwhile, Shifeng's AoE silencing skill was not without a cooldown. If Identical Summer and the others surrounded them once again, their chances of victory would drop. No. Let's ambush them at the Resurrection Temple, Shifeng said, shaking his head. If we leave for another cavern, by the time we get out, they will be prepared to take us on again. We have to strike while the iron is hot. We'll ambush them before they can prepare. Once we cripple them, they'll be powerless against us even after we obtain other legacies. Although Passing Monarch had considered the same option, they had only defeated Identical Summer and the others so easily due to Shifeng's AoE silencing skill. Without it, what were they going to use to ambush Identical Summer? Relax. Take these. 1 for each person. When the time comes, throw them at my command. Shifeng understood Passing Monarch's concerns. Immediately, he retrieved the last 22 basic mana pulse bombs he had from his bag and handed them to Passing Monarch and his team. When Passing Monarch saw the basic mana pulse bomb, an excited expression appeared on his face. With so many of these bombs, they could even annihilate a 1,000-man team, much less Identical Summer and the others. Outside the Resurrection Temple, Identical Summer and the others have already begun to reorganize their team. Damn it! I lost a pair of top-tier bracers. Just you wait. I'll make sure you lose every item you have. Identical Summer burned with rage. The first time Shifeng had killed him, he had lost his top-tier pauldrons. Fortunately, he had a replacement in his bag. However, he did not have a backup for his bracers. While Identical Summer and the others rested, someone shouted in the team chat. Passing Monarch and the others are heading this way. Everyone immediately searched their surroundings and quickly spotted Shifeng charging towards them with Passing Monarch's group. Good. 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 You dare to seek me out on your own. Identical Summer's blood rushed as he watched Shifeng and his team run towards him. Kill them all and take back our weapons and equipment. The other experts excitedly expressed their agreement. Compared to the previous battle, they had even more motivation to wipe out Shifeng and the others. Quickly, everyone took up their positions. The Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors moved forward, and the ranged players prepared for combat. As soon as Shifeng and the others were within range, the opposing experts bombarded them with attacks. Unsatisfied with the situation, Identical Summer even activated a Tier 2 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Boom. 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 A series of explosions shook the grotto, throwing dirt and dust into the air. Identical Summer really is ruthless. He's even used a large-scale destruction magic scroll. That should have mostly wiped out Passing Monarch and his men. Scorpion, who observed the battle from a distance, muttered. However, as soon as Scorpion had said so, a group of people burst forth from the dust clouds. These people were none other than Shifeng and the Third Fleet. Every player was unharmed as Shifeng's absolute defense had absorbed all of the damage with sufficient distance between the combatants. Shifeng shouted, "Kill them!" Immediately, 7 players tossed out the basic mana pulse bombs, the bomb's radius enveloping Identical Summer's joint team. Boom! Boom! Boom. After a series of explosions, only weapons and equipment remained. Second wave, get ready. Everyone else, deal with the survivors. Make sure you collect all of the dropped weapons and equipment. Shifeng commanded when he saw a few dozen people still alive. With Shifeng's command, passing monarch's people set out to hunt down the survivors. For players carrying basic mana pulse bombs charged into the Resurrection Temple, executing another round against the recently resurrected. Chapter 1244, Shattering the Alliance. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1244, Shattering the Alliance. The Resurrection Temple was not very large. 4 or 5 basic mana pulse bombs were more than enough to cover the area. As a result, Identical Summer and the others died again and again. Although they had not lost any levels, they had each lost 5 or 6 weapons and pieces of equipment so far, that was practically half of their items. Needless to say, their combat powers had decreased tremendously. Despite their numerical advantage, they were no longer a threat to Passing Monarch's fleet. Passing Monarch, you're going too far. At the end of the day, we are still members of the Freedom Alliance. Identical Summer shouted at Passing Monarch and Shifeng, who currently stood in the Resurrection Temple's entrance. Are you trying to make an enemy of all 10 of our fleets? If these members were only from the 2nd and 4th fleets, Passing Monarch could pay them no heed. However, the players present included experts from every fleet, with the exception of 3rd. If Passing Monarch made enemies of all 10 fleets, he couldn't remain in the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance was comprised of the Independent faction and the Small Guild faction. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch had only risen to the 3rd seat in the alliance due to the support from the other independent adventurer fleets. If Passing Monarch lost that support, with his fleet's current strength, he could easily be knocked down to the bottom of the Freedom Alliance. If Passing Monarch made enemies of everyone, he wouldn't even receive scraps in the future. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before Passing Monarch and his fleet were forced out of the Freedom Alliance. Passing Monarch's expression darkened upon hearing this, glaring at Identical Summer. Although he was frustrated, he whispered to Shifeng, suggesting, Brother Yifeng, if we continue this fight, every fleet here will become an enemy. If that happens, our future plans will be affected. Part of the reason that he had become the 3rd Fleet's commander was that he had worked with the other independent adventurer fleets during past city defenses. If he broke all pretenses with the other fleets here and were kicked out of their circle, it would become far more difficult to contest for the Freedom Alliance's 1st seat in the future. I understand. Shifeng nodded. Seeing Passing Monarch and his people halt their attack, Identical Summer chuckled and said, Monarch, it's good that you are aware of the situation. Let's forget about this matter altogether. However, you must return the items our member lost. After all, they were originally ours. He had suffered severe losses in this visit to the secret land. Not only had he lost his small sailboat, but he had also lost half of his equipment. His subordinates had suffered severe losses as well. Recovering from these battles would take a long time. With the situation now in his favor, he had to ask for the items back. Identical Summer is too shameless. He clearly attacked us first. Now that he knows he can't beat us, he's using the masses to pressure us. Blue Joy was furious. However, she was also powerless to do anything about Identical Summer's shamelessness. As Passing Monarch hesitated over his decision, Shifeng used silent steps and appeared behind Identical Summer once more, his sacred sword slashing down on the elementalist. A streak of blue light bisected Identical Summer's body. Only after killing Ray had cut through his body did Identical Summer realize what had just occurred. He could not fathom why Shifeng would dare to make an enemy of practically every fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Although Identical Summer wanted to say something, his vision had already darkened, and his body no longer reacted as it collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Shifeng picked up the dark gold staff the man had dropped. Everyone was stunned. Passing Monarch's jaw hit the ground. Passing monarch even wondered if Shi Feng had understood his prior words. If you wish to leave this place, it is very simple. From now on, I'll give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the 50 players still standing in this resurrection temple may leave. You can keep your spoils of war. Any who linger best prepare themselves. Shi Feng warned, smiling as he glanced at every enemy expert. He then walked towards the temple's entrance, checking the system clock. Identical Summer might know how to use the masses to his advantage, but the elementalist was 10 years too early if he thought that he could use an unstable alliance like this against Shi Feng. You're looking to die. Don't listen to him. He wouldn't dare move against us. Identical Summer, who just resurrected, shouted. However, as soon as Identical Summer finished speaking, another chaotic battle raged in the Resurrection Temple. There was no longer an alliance to speak of. Nobody present wished to lose the weapons and equipment they had struggled to obtain. Moreover, when they thought about Shi Feng's demonic prowess, they stopped caring about what was right or wrong. Finishing off the members of the other fleets was far more important right now. Watching everyone kill each other, Mad Beast turned to the slim elementalist beside him and asked, "Saint, what should we do?" "Kill. We can't bet our fate on that lunatic, hoping he's not so bold as to provoke the other fleets," Frost Saint said, sighing. "Moreover, we can, more or less, make up for some of our losses in this slaughter." "All right." Mad Beast licked his lips. Immediately, he joined the fray. As for making a break for the temple's entrance, that was definitely not an option. Shi Feng instantly killed the few players that tried. He could only hope that Shi Feng would keep to his word. Time passed quickly. Everyone inside the Resurrection Temple grew frenzied as they slaughtered each other. As soon as a player died and resurrected, they rejoined the battle. Players died just as fast as they had against the basic mana pulse bombs. Watching the bloodbath, Passing Monarch and Blue Joy were shocked. When they looked at Shi Feng, who sat by the temple's entrance, cold sweat dripped down their backs. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they stood on this man's side. Otherwise, the consequences would be truly horrific. With just a few words, Shi Feng had shattered the 10 fleets' temporary alliance and turned them all against each other as he watched their strength wane. A demon. He was definitely a demon. After 3 minutes, silence descended upon the Resurrection Temple. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Those who rejoiced stood in the center of the main hall. These people were the 50 survivors after the 3 minutes. As for those that resurrected after the time limit, they stood in the back of the temple, hatred shining in their eyes as they glared at the 50 survivors. As promised, you may leave. Shi Feng addressed the victors. Hearing Shi Feng's words, these people breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Shi Feng would change his mind, they dashed out of the Resurrection Temple. The remaining players were a miserable sight to behold due to the lost equipment and levels. Inside the secret land, players would lose 5% of their EXP each time they died. Even so, these players had lost more than one level. The majority of the items they currently wore were no more than temporary replacements. Some even wore level 30 bronze equipment. As these players watched Shi Feng approach, fear filled their eyes. They all regretted participating in this operation. Aside from Identical Summer, everyone may leave after contributing a portion of your souls, Shi Feng announced after meeting each player's eyes. Although they weren't sure what Shi Feng intended, after hearing that they could leave this demon's den, they agreed to his demands without hesitation. After all, a temporary weakened state was far better than dying back to level 0. Just you wait. I will not let a single one of you get away. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Identical Summer's expression twisted. He then logged out of the game, ignoring the severe penalty the system would impose as a result. Elsewhere, the other fleet commanders had received news of this situation, and every one of them was flabbergasted. Chapter 1245, Making Everyone an Enemy. Hellscythe _Fluffygoblin Chapter 1245, making everyone an enemy. Has passing monarch lost his mind? He actually dared to pull a coup. Silent Entropy's expression turned frosty as he listened to his subordinate's report. Not only had the 10 fleet's various experts lost 1 or 2 levels each, but they had also lost the majority of their weapons and equipment. The loss was significant. Each fleet had entered the secret land with their top experts. Every piece of equipment they wore was considered top tier at this stage of the game. They had invested a lot of time and effort to obtain these top-tier weapons and equipment. It would take a very long time for these experts to recover to their peak. It would have been fine if they had only lost 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Now that they had lost more than half of what they owned, passing monarch had undoubtedly made enemies of the 10 fleets. Although Silent Entropy admitted that turning the fleets against each other in the end had been ingenious, it was also a fact that none of the Freedom Alliance's fleets would cooperate with passing monarch in the future. This would not benefit passing monarch when he competed for the Freedom Alliance's first seat. Meanwhile, in the Resurrection Temple, everyone was shocked by Identical Summer's ruthless action. Identical Summer is quite bold. He actually dared to log out inside the secret land. What's so impressive about that? If it were up to me, I'd say that that monster is the amazing one. He had actually forced Identical Summer down this path. If I were in Identical Summer's position, I probably would have done the same. Now that Identical Summer has made such a decisive move, he will not let this matter rest until one of them has been destroyed. Everyone chatted quietly as they stared at Identical Summer's previous location. They could not help but feel a chill crawl down their spines when they recalled the hatred and madness in Identical Summer's eyes as he forcefully logged out of the game. In the outside world, if players forcefully logged out of the game, the system would impose a penalty, which was slightly more severe than the usual death penalty. If one did the same thing inside the secret land, the penalty would multiply by several times. Players would also be barred from logging into God's domain for a considerable amount of time. At this stage, even losing 1 level would drive a player mad. If they forcefully logged out inside the secret land, not only would they lose multiple levels, but they would also lose several items. That was on top of being barred from logging in for some time. No one would be so bold as to accept such a penalty willingly. However, Identical Summer had no other choice. After all, the system's penalty was slightly less damaging than staying. On the top floor of the Ferris skyscraper, the cover of a virtual gaming cabin slowly opened. Once the cabin opened fully, a man climbed out. The man wore a grim expression, his chilling gaze forcing a shudder from anyone it fell upon. This man was Xia Tianqi. He was also known as Identical Summer, the commander of the Freedom Alliance's Second Fleet. Nobody would have ever imagined that the commander of Second Fleet was actually the young master of the Xia Corporation. Although the Xia Group was not a powerful international corporation, it was one of the country's first-rate corporations. Passing monarch. And that damnable brat as well. I won't let either of them off the hook. Xia Tianqi slammed his palm on the wooden desk before him in rage, shattering the desk. The strength he displayed was not one bit inferior to a professional fighter's. Immediately, he tapped the quantum watch on his wrist and called a particular number. Hello? Viper? Look into 2 people for me. Both are God's domain players. I'll send the information I have on them to you in a moment. If you help me discover their true identities, there will be no lack of benefits. Young Master Xia, what a rare occurrence. Since you've made the request, I'll get it done right away. Rest assured, no one can hide from me, the person called Viper responded, laughing. Nodding, Xia Tianqi disconnected the call. He revealed a sinister grin. Just you wait. Anyone who dares to oppose me will not find a pleasant ending. Xia Tianqi laughed. Although the main God system protected every player's information, and players normally modified their appearances, making it very difficult to learn their true identities, Xia Tianqi rather trusted Viper's capabilities. After all, this was not the first time Viper had completed such a task. Meanwhile, inside the Resurrection Temple, Shi Feng collected one soul after another. With the number of players present, he could collect enough to produce 3 drops of soul water, and he planned to stockpile the soul water for learning the secret body technique. The secret spellcasting technique he had previously obtained catered mainly to magical class players. To Shi Feng, the secret technique was negligible. However, the secret body technique was suitable for all players. Since he didn't need to share the slots this time, he had to prepare more soul water. He was currently in Sea's End. He had also hidden his identity under his black cloak. Aside from passing Monarch and a few other trusted players, nobody knew his exact identity. Unlike in the Star Moon Kingdom, he did not have to worry about implicating Zero Wing. Right now, the most he had to worry about was an ambush from dark players. Shi Feng quickly collected over 300 souls, producing 3 drops of soul water in the soul orb. Now that I don't have to worry about exposing my identity in Sea's End, I can use this opportunity to collect more soul water. Many ideas swam in Shi Feng's mind as he gazed at the soul orb in his bag. In the past, the Flower of 7 Sins had made a fortune with the soul orb. With it, the organization had nurtured plenty of peak experts. With no concerns to hold him back, he needed to use this opportunity to collect soul water. It'd be very difficult to obtain once he returned to Star Moon Kingdom. After obtaining the soul water, Shi Feng led passing Monarch and the others to another grotto to search for legacies. Aside from the grotto that contained the Sea God's legacy, there were 12 grottos in the Sea Dragon's secret land. Among them, the entrance to 3 grottos had a diameter of 50 yards. The legacies in these grottos was only second to the Sea God's legacy. With 2 small sailboats, it would be a piece of cake for Shi Feng's group to obtain a legacy from one of the 50-yard grottos. Without suspense, Shi Feng helped passing Monarch obtain a legacy in their 9th hour in the Sea Dragon's secret land. This time, however, there were no other fleets to contest for the legacy, and everything went relatively smoothly. Commander, passing Monarch's fleet has returned to the starting point. By the looks of it, they seem to have obtained another legacy and are preparing to leave, Scorpion, who hid at the starting point, reported when he saw Shi Feng's group approach. Good. Uncle Li and the others are already outside. You should take off, too, 100 Leaves said, nodding. She had waited for this moment for a long time. Although the legacy items weren't guaranteed to drop upon death, Uncle Li was a dark player. He had tools and methods of increasing the drop rate for players he killed. As long as Shi Feng did not store the Sea God's legacy in his warehouse, it would only take a few extra kills before they obtained the legacy. For now, she needed to regroup with Uncle Li's team. Once Uncle Li killed Shi Feng, since she was on the same team, she would complete the Demon God's quest. As long as she obtained both the Sea God's legacy and the Demon God's reward, the Freedom Alliance's first seat was hers for the taking. After that, she would gradually take control of the Freedom Alliance and rule over the 3 major NPC cities. Every one of Sea's End's 12 major NPC cities had a larger population than any Land Kingdom's capital city. The player population of Heavenly Ocean City, in particular, could rival an empire's imperial capital. At the Sea Dragon's secret land's entrance, after Shi Feng stored the 2 small sailboats, he followed passing Monarch and the others into the teleportation magic array. System, do you wish to leave the Sea Dragon's secret land? Shi Feng chose yes, without hesitation. Immediately, a beam of white light descended upon him. He then vanished from the secret land. Shortly after, Shi Feng returned to Blue Jade Restaurant's top floor hall. However, more players were present than before. Every player was a member of one of the Freedom Alliance's fleets. They all stared at Shi Feng and passing Monarch with looks that could kill. Chapter 1246, Miniature Holy Land. Why are so many people here? Shi Feng could not help his surprise as he looked around. They're not thinking of taking action here, right? He was not surprised by the hostile gazes he received from the various fleets. What Shi Feng found odd was the fact that so many players had gathered in the hall. At a glance, he could see at least 2,000 people, taking up nearly half of the entire hall. They were currently in an NPC city. Attacking another player here would be detrimental unless these players were absolutely confident of escaping the NPC guards. The arrest of so many members would definitely wound the various fleets. That's not it. They're just following routine, Passing Monarch said, shaking his head. He then explained, whenever we come out from the secret land, we reorganize the distribution of resources the Freedom Alliance controls based on our performance and gains in the secret land. Although, the redistribution of resources isn't as drastic as when our rankings change. Based on our rank in the secret land, we are assigned different leveling resources. For example, previously, the Third Fleet was only able to grind in Lock Cemetery and Black Altar. Since the Third Fleet has come out on top this time, we might get assigned to the Silent Lumberyard and Stormwind Shelter to level up. You're seeing so many members of the various fleets present right now simply because the party leaders of the various fleets are interested to know which leveling maps they'll be assigned to this time. As Passing Monarch spoke, his eyes shone with excitement. Obtaining a legacy was only part of the reason that Passing Monarch had recruited Shi Feng's help. The main motivation was to obtain better leveling resources for his fleet. In God's domain, it was common knowledge that an area's resources were limited. This was the case in every virtual reality game. Whether it was guilds or organizations such as the Freedom Alliance, due to such high member counts, they could not allow all their members level up in a single area. Otherwise, the amount of resources each member could obtain would be pitiful. Hence, it was necessary to assign the various fleets in the Freedom Alliance to different leveling areas. In high-resource maps, not only were there plenty of field bosses, but there were also plenty of advanced and rare quests. The same was true for treasure chests. If the Third Fleet were assigned to one such high-resource map, it would ease in their struggle for the position of First Fleet. Realization dawned on Shi Feng when he heard Passing Monarch's reasoning. He finally understood why these people gave them hostile looks. These players' hostility was likely due to more than just the lost top-tier weapons and equipment. The significant effect on their leveling spots was the main reason for their anger. The Freedom Alliance controls Stormwind Shelter as well. Shi Feng could not help but ask as he recalled a particular matter. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, his access to information even surpassed that of peak experts. Although his knowledge was mostly limited to Star Moon Kingdom, he was familiar with plenty of famous locations and incidents relating to the various kingdoms and empires in the game. On average, the lifestyle players in Sea's End were no match for those on land. However, they would catch up eventually. While they would do so due to the development of naval transportation, the dozen or so miniature holy lands in Sea's End had a greater impact. Stormwind Shelter was one of these holy lands. Only, in the past, the Freedom Alliance hadn't controlled Stormwind Shelter. Instead, it had been controlled by the House of Seas. Stormwind Shelter is a new, high-resource map the Freedom Alliance recently occupied. Previously, only the First Fleet's members got to level up there. I heard that there are plenty of rare quests in the area and that it is even possible to obtain bronze speedboats through those quests. Moreover, the map has roughly triple the field bosses of Lock Cemetery. It's currently the best leveling map the Freedom Alliance has. It is also much easier to obtain top-tier weapons and equipment there. Passing Monarch nodded in excitement, so, that's the case, Shi Feng could not help but chuckle. If Brother Monarch's fleet gets to grind there, I'd like to ask for a little help. I am willing to offer you 10,000 gold as compensation. 10,000 gold. Passing Monarch nearly jumped when he heard this. Brother Yi Feng, you're joking, right? He was the Third Fleet's commander, he had tens of thousands of subordinates. He received 20% of Blue Jade City's profits, yet even he couldn't collect 10,000 gold with a moment's notice. His fleet members' repair fees alone cost tons. He also needed to compensate the members who suffered losses during their struggle with the other naval powers. At the same time, he needed to visit other kingdoms and empires to purchase rare tools for exploring the sea dragon's secret land and raiding bosses. Currently, he had less than 10,000 gold on hand. If Shifeng truly gave him 10,000 gold, he would have enough to purchase quite a few advanced speedboats, restoring the Third Fleet's strength quickly. That's right, 10,000 gold. However, this matter must first be done the payment. I will only pay a deposit of 500 gold, Shifeng said, nodding. That won't be a problem. If it is possible to accomplish, I'll give it my all. Passing Monarch agreed without hesitation, deeply afraid that Shifeng would change his mind. At this moment, his eyes glowed with excitement. My request is very simple. If Stormwind Shelter falls under your control, I want Stormwind Town's Stormwind emblem, Shifeng said, chuckling. The NPC towns within Sea's End were different from those on land. Rather, they were somewhat similar to Thunder Island. The higher a player's status was in a town, the more authority they would possess there. Only, unlike the Thunder emblem, where only 10 existed, there was no limit to the number of Stormwind emblems one could obtain. The only real limit was its abysmally low drop rate. As long as a player obtained a Stormwind emblem, they would be granted authority over Stormwind Town, capable of performing acts that normal players could not. There would be no need for players to accumulate reputation points gradually to increase their authority. The Stormwind emblem? Passing Monarch pondered. Although he had never leveled in Stormwind Shelter before, if he assumed control over the Stormwind Shelter, according to the Freedom Alliance's rules, the First Fleet's members would have to hand over the town emblems to him, allowing him to manage the area's town. Giving away one of those emblems wouldn't affect his operations in any way. At most, he simply needed to use the emblems he obtained to compensate for the missing one. Alright, that won't be a problem. I'll get it done as soon as possible. Following which, Shifeng signed a new contract with Passing Monarch and paid 500 gold up front. Time passed quickly. While Shifeng and Passing Monarch waited for the secret land expedition to end and the map redistribution to be announced, 6 cloaked players stared at Shifeng from a corner. Scorpion, is he the one Leaves spoke about? A middle-aged man sporting a grey beard and 2 snow-white daggers sheathed by his sides asked as he glanced at an empty corner. That's right. He is the one the commander wants dead. Here is the latest information we have on him, Scorpion, who was in stealth, responded respectfully. When one spoke about the strongest player in the sacred temple, they didn't talk about Uncle Lee. However, when it came to assassination, Uncle Lee was the most powerful. Even the Sacred Temple's guild leader had declared that there was a 50% chance of him losing his life if Uncle Lee wanted to assassinate him. While a 50% success rate might not seem very high, that was against the Sacred Temple's guild leader. Throughout the virtual gaming world, very few could boast such a high success rate. What an interesting little fellow. Uncle Lee caressed his beard as he watched Shifeng's battle video. It is too much of a waste to fight him right now. Forget it. Scorpion, go and get ready. Understood. Scorpion nodded hurriedly before departing. Chapter 1247, Receiving the Holy Land. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1247, Receiving the Holy Land. After Scorpion left, the middle-aged man called Uncle Lee shifted his gaze towards the ranger beside him. The ranger carried a gray, double-string bow on his back. Although the ranger hid his appearance under a black cloak, his large stature made it difficult for others to miss him. If not for the ancient bow, most would assume that he was a shield warrior or guardian knight. Ghost, when the time comes, you'll strike first. Remember to use all of your black arrows, Uncle Lee said in a deep tone. I know you're normally very stingy, but we cannot afford to be careless this time. Uncle Lee, I still have 4 black arrows on me. Are we really going to use all 4 on that kid? The ranger, Hungry Ghost, asked reluctantly. The black arrows were not your ordinary arrows. They had been passed down from ancient times, and each possessed the power to rival Tier 4 skills. Current players and NPCs had no way of reproducing them, so each arrow used depleted the finite number in God's domain. One could only obtain more black arrows by raiding ancient ruins. Yes. We'll need at least that many to take him down, Uncle Li said as he glanced at Shi Feng, who sat quietly across the room. Smiling, he continued, although he has yet to achieve a domain as 100 Leaves said, he is not far from it either. With his frightening basic attributes and powerful skills, killing him will be slightly more difficult than killing actual domain realm experts. No wonder why 100 Leaves requested assistance from the guild leader. I guess I can use him as a guinea pig. Hungry Ghost's interest grew upon hearing Uncle Li's explanation. He clearly hasn't reached the domain realm, yet, he's even more difficult to kill than domain realm experts, a petite female elementalist beside Uncle Li muttered as she followed his gaze to Shi Feng. Licking her lips, she continued, in that case, he should have quite a few epic weapons and equipment on him. We should be able to make a fortune. Uncle Li, seeing as you've appraised him so generously, are you thinking of making a move personally this time? A shield warrior asked excitedly. Every time Uncle Li made a move, they learned a lot from him. Unfortunately, very few assassinations required Uncle Li's involvement. The other members of the team were usually enough for the job. If Uncle Li really joined the fight, their long trip here would be worth it. Michum. Although you have a high chance of killing him if you all work together, this mission is very important. To make sure we complete the mission, I will have to take action as well. Uncle Li nodded. Hearing that Uncle Li intended to join the fight, the team members turned to Shi Feng, pity in their eyes. If only they, Uncle Li's subordinates, struck, Shi Feng would have some chance of surviving. However, if Uncle Li took action, then Shi Feng had no hope whatsoever. While Uncle Li's team chatted amongst themselves, more players joined the gathering in the hall. Some arrived from the Sea Dragon's secret land, while others came from elsewhere. By the time the Sea Dragon's secret land closed, the hall was packed with players. As expected of one of Sea's End's overlords. Its foundation is incredible. Shi Feng was a little surprised as he surveyed the room. Among the players present, the lowest was level 42. As for the weapons and equipment they wore, the most inferior was level 45 gold rank. There were over 2,500 such players. Even a first-rate guild didn't have these bragging rights. It was not hard to imagine how the Freedom Alliance had become one of the naval overlords in Shi Feng's previous life. God's domain was still in its early stages, yet already the Freedom Alliance was so strong. With the assistance of the three major NPC cities the Freedom Alliance controlled, first-rate guilds couldn't compare to its income or number of players it could recruit. As Shi Feng silently observed his surroundings, the clamor quieted. In the next moment, Silent Entropy, the First Fleet's commander, slowly walked up the stage in the center of the hall. Now that everyone is here, let us begin. Loudly, Silent Entropy continued, according to the rules, we will reorganize the leveling maps for each fleet based on their performances and losses in the secret land. I'll announce the results now. The present Freedom Alliance members were tense. Although the Alliance's leveling areas were all high-resource maps, there were also huge differences between them. I'm sure everyone already knows this, but the fleet with the best performance this time is our third fleet. Hence, from today on, Third Fleet will take over Stormwind Shelter and Silent Lumberyard. Placing in second is the Eighth Fleet. It will take over the Silent Canyon and Reef Sea. First Fleet came in third. It will occupy the Black Altar and Lock Cemetery. As Silent Entropy announced the various fleets' ranks, silence reigned over the hall. Nobody could have imagined such a massive transformation. While everyone already knew that the Third Fleet had placed first this time, the fact that the Eighth Fleet had placed second came as a big surprise. Meanwhile, the Third Fleet's members were ecstatic. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief as well. With this, his plans could come to fruition. In the past, Stormwind Shelter had become a miniature holy land due to the Sea God's Temple in Stormwind Town. Like the War God's temples on land, the Sea God's temples offered various quests. At the same time, players could accumulate points with the Sea God's Temple and trade them for items. However, the Sea God's Temple in Stormwind Town was slightly special. Not only could players trade their points for rare items, but they could also trade for laboratories. To combat players, the laboratory wasn't worth anything. To lifestyle players, however, it was a treasure that allowed them to improve rapidly. Although the Sea God's Temple's laboratories could not compare to Titan City's research rooms, they were superior to the basic meditation rooms in a 3-star shop. Although laboratories contained dense mana, players could also research information about the various lifestyle classes. Although the information available was basic, it saved lifestyle players time as they didn't have to rely on trial and error. They could rapidly familiarize themselves with the various materials and production methods available in God's domain. They could then create new products more easily and become master lifestyle players. In the past, it was precisely because of these laboratories that the ranks of Sea's End's lifestyle players had skyrocketed, eventually catching up with lifestyle players on land. However, although the laboratories offered many benefits, they were not easy to enter. Players needed to spend Sea God's Temple points to gain access. Moreover, the price was fraudulent. One day inside a laboratory cost 100 points. Sea God's Temple points were harder to obtain than coins. Normally, one could only obtain them by completing the Sea God's Temple's quests. Players also had the option of trading in rare items such as the runic crystals, with each worth 10 points. Unfortunately, runic crystals' drop rate was extremely low. Normally, only boss-grade sea monsters had a reliable chance of dropping them. Yet, renting a laboratory for a day cost 10 runic crystals. Hence, very few lifestyle players could afford to use them. Of course, as players' level increased and the supply of runic crystals became more abundant, more lifestyle players could gain access. However, that wouldn't happen for quite some time. However, Shifeng possessed the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he collected enough runic fragments, he could easily synthesize runic crystals. Moreover, if he had the Stormwind emblem, it would grant him advanced authority in Stormwind Town. With that, he would receive a 20% discount when trading for items or services in the town's Sea God's Temple. Most importantly, he could purchase Stormwind Town's land. With all of these factors in hand, growing the Candlelight trading firm would be easy. Commander, now that Passing Monarch has taken over Stormwind Shelter, this will impact our ability to contest for the first seat. Should we cause some trouble for Passing Monarch? A cloaked oracle asked Silent Entropy quietly. No need. Even without our involvement, Passing Monarch will face plenty of challenges from Stormwind Shelter. With the strength of Passing Monarch's fleet, just holding the area will be difficult. We don't need to waste our manpower on this. Locating other leveling spots right now takes priority, Silent Entropy said, chuckling as he glanced at Passing Monarch and Shifeng. Although the Stormwind Shelter was the best leveling spot the Freedom Alliance currently possessed, various other powers fought over the map. Keeping these other powers at bay would require a lot of manpower and resources. In his opinion, handing over Stormwind Shelter to Passing Monarch wouldn't strengthen the Third Fleet, but weaken it. Commander, should we still give the Stormwind emblems to Passing Monarch, then? Chapter 1248, Shop Expansion. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1248, Shop Expansion. The Stormwind emblems? Silent Entropy frowned. He then asked, Shepherd, how many emblems do we have right now? Town emblems were extremely rare. Although they could not be used to take full control of a town, they did make it easier for players to pick up quests and develop in the area. With Stormwind Shelter being a high-resource map, the Stormwind emblem's value went without saying. It could even rival an epic item. 2. The oracle named Shepherd answered softly. Only 2. Why do we have so few? Silent Entropy could not help but grow curious. Haven't we been exploring Stormwind Shelter? Normally, when they explored a new map, they easily obtained 8 or 9 town emblems, even more if they were lucky. The first fleet had put everything they had into exploring the area. It was inconceivable that they had only obtained 2 Stormwind emblems so far. Commander, Stormwind Shelter is different. In other maps, the first kill of boss-grade sea monsters has a higher chance of dropping town emblems, but the bosses in Stormwind Shelter have an extremely low drop rate. Thus far, we've obtained the first kill of more than 20 field bosses. We have also been farming the map's monsters. Even then, we have only obtained 2 emblems so far. The drop rate is that low? Silent Entropy was surprised when he heard Shepard's explanation. It seems the Stormwind emblem is worth quite a lot. However, if we don't hand them over to Passing Monarch, he will leverage the Alliance's rules against us. Let's do this, then. Give him one of the emblems. While you're at it, tell him about the low drop rate, lest he comes looking for trouble. Understood. Shepard bowed before leaving. Meanwhile, as the various fleets conducted the handover process for their respective leveling spots, Shifeng, sitting quietly in a corner, received a message from Melancholic Smile. The contents were very simple. At this point, the secret pavilion had handed over the 20 plots of land they had previously agreed upon, and they could reconstruct the buildings on these lands into the Candlelight trading firm's shops and begin purchasing diamond wood. The only thing holding them back was the lack of reconstruction funds. As they intended to purchase and stockpile diamond wood, they needed a very large warehouse to store it. Hence, they needed to construct the best shop available. Calculating conservatively, they would need to spend 1,000 gold on each plot of land, 20,000 gold in total. Even Shifeng couldn't collect that much money at a moment's notice. After paying Sherlin the 5,000 gold inquiry fee, he had a little over 10,000 gold left on him. After receiving a portion of White River City's teleportation house profits, he now had 12,114 gold in total. Even if he emptied his wallet, he would not have enough to reconstruct the shops, much less purchase diamond wood in bulk. Most importantly, he had already signed a contract with Passing Monarch. As long as the latter gave him the Stormwind emblem, he would pay 10,000 gold. Once this sum was paid, he would only have around 2,000 gold left. Considering his financial status, Shifeng's stomach cramped. Passing Monarch approached quietly, excitement and joy plastered across his face. Brother Yifeng, here is the Stormwind emblem you requested. Don't lose it. For some reason, the emblem's drop rate in Stormwind Shelter is extremely low. I only have one. Replacing this will be very difficult, Passing Monarch warned his companion softly. He then traded the Stormwind emblem to Shifeng. Stormwind emblem. Once equipped, player will enjoy advanced authority in Stormwind Town. I'll be careful. Shifeng nodded as he stored the emblem. The Stormwind emblem's rarity didn't surprise him in the least. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to buy it for 10,000 gold in the past. Many people had offered to purchase the Stormwind emblem, and their starting bids were usually above 20,000. The emblem was far more valuable than epic items. However, even at that price, players rarely sold their emblems due to the abysmal drop rate. Aside from the higher drop rate for a first kill, subsequent field boss kills had a drop rate of roughly 0.1%. On average, the map only produced one Stormwind emblem per month. As a result, lifestyle players had no choice but to invest a large amount of time, slowly raising their reputation and authority in Stormwind Town. Currently, Stormwind Shelter was still in its exploration period as it was a large level 40 to 65 map. This increased the Stormwind emblem's value further. After all, the sooner one obtained the Stormwind emblem, the sooner they could truly garrison themselves in Stormwind Town. If Shifeng headed out to farm the Stormwind emblem himself, even if he relied on divine providence, he would likely need to spend 2 or 3 days grinding. This was the best-case scenario. At this point, the various naval powers had likely monopolized the majority of Stormwind Shelter's field bosses. He would be lucky if he even got his hands on a handful of bosses. If that were the case, he would have to waste even more time grinding in Stormwind Shelter. Hence, The 10,000 gold he spent to obtain the Stormwind emblem was a worthwhile expenditure. Following which, Shi Feng handed over the remaining 9,500 gold to Passing Monarch, completing the contract between them. After receiving the coins, Passing Monarch sincerely offered, "Brother Yi Feng, why don't you join us in the grind in Stormwind Shelter? I've recently received some information on the map from Silent Entropy. We'll split the loot from the bosses we kill. You'll also have priority over swordsman equipment. How about it?" Hearing this, Blue Joy, who stood beside Passing Monarch, gaped in shock. She had never expected Passing Monarch to extend such generosity to Shi Feng. Normally, the most he offered peak experts in Sea's End was first pick of one weapon or piece of equipment, yet he had just offered to split the loot equally. Moreover, he intended to give Shi Feng first pick. If news of this spread, it would shock every player in Sea's End. However, after considering it for a moment, Blue Joy wasn't terribly surprised. Passing Monarch wouldn't be so generous to just any peak expert. Shi Feng was an exception simply because they had already witnessed his strength. With Shi Feng's aid, they could take on even more powerful bosses. Although they would only be obtaining half of Theseus' boss's loot, their harvest would likely be more abundant than monopolizing the weaker boss's loot. "Thanks for the offer, but I still have many matters to attend to." Shi Feng rejected the kind offer. "We'll raid bosses together if there is another chance in the future." While killing powerful boss-grade sea monsters was very profitable, he was the leader of a guild. There were many matters that required his attention. If a guild wished to grow powerful, it needed to be managed carefully. Zero Wing would not grow stronger if he neglected his responsibilities as the guild leader. If something like that were possible, so many guilds wouldn't vanish each day. Blue Joy was slightly disappointed by the swordsman's response. However, she knew it was reasonable. Shi Feng was both a powerful expert and a member of Zero Wing. How could he possibly spare the time to level with them? What a pity. Until next time, then. During the next contest for the seating positions, we'll have to trouble you again, Passing Monarch said, sighing. Following which, Shi Feng said his goodbyes to Passing Monarch and the others before leaving the Blue Jade restaurant and hurrying to Stormwind Shelter. As soon as Shi Feng left the restaurant, Scorpion, who had hidden in the alleyway beside the building, followed after him. "Uncle Li, the target has left Blue Jade restaurant. By the looks of it, he seems to be heading to the teleportation hall to leave Blue Jade City," Scorpion reported as he followed Shi Feng. "What a busy man. Follow him. The moment he steps out of an NPC city will be the moment he loses his life," Uncle Li said, chuckling. It was unwise to attack another player in an NPC city. Although the security in Sea's End's NPC cities was not as strict as the cities on land, it could not be underestimated. Against an expert like Shi Feng, in particular, they needed a more suitable environment. Understood. Scorpion then quickly followed Shi Feng into the teleportation hall. Chapter 1249, Nameless Shop. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1249, Nameless Shop. As a golden glow rose from the teleportation array, Shi Feng disappeared from Blue Jade City to arrive in Stormwind Town. Stormwind Town was the only safe location within Stormwind Shelter. While it was called a town, it was not one bit inferior to the NPC cities in Starmoon Kingdom with a player population of 500,000 or so. Moreover, the NPC guards garrisoned here were all level 120 and above. The town's security was only second to Sea's End's 12 major cities. Not many have come here to level up yet. Shi Feng examined his surroundings after leaving the teleportation hall. He saw fewer players on the street than NPCs. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the situation reasonable. After all, Stormwind Shelter was a level 40 to level 65 map. At this stage of the game, only a minority of players were capable of reaching past level 40. Even if players in Sea's End leveled up more quickly than those on land, there shouldn't be too many players capable of reaching level 40 and beyond. Not to mention, Stormwind Shelter was far more dangerous compared to maps of similar levels. As a result, fewer players were willing to visit this place. In fact, Stormwind Town possessed such high-level NPC guards due to the dangerous environment. Not only did players have to watch out for sea monsters when they left the town's protection, but they also had to be wary of Sahuagin ambushes. Stormwind Shelter was home to the foreign race known as Sahuagins. Leveling here was at least twice as challenging as in similar maps. Even if elite players from Sea's End formed a team, they would find it very difficult to survive here. A team would need expert leads at the very least. This was because Sahuagins were not stupid like sea monsters. They were capable of jumping onto players' ships to engage in melee combat. At the same time, they would command sea monsters to attack ships, attacking players from all sides. As a result, players seeking to level in Stormwind Shelter needed high-quality ships and high combat standards. This was a trial for those living in Sea's End. Although very few players currently resided in Stormwind Town, correspondingly, players who had consistently grinded in Stormwind Shelter were stronger on average. Most of the players around town were level 41, with many having already reached level 42. In Star Moon Kingdom, only experts were level 40 or higher. As for the weapons and equipment Stormwind Town's players wore, even the most inferior was level 40 secret silver equipment. Forming a team to grind in Corrosive Cave. I already have an advanced speedboat. Applicants must be level 41 or above and must have at least 4 pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment. One-day trip to Sahuagin's Nest. Only recruiting level 41 and above experts. Must have 6 pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment. Those with level 40 dark gold weapons get priority. Will hold an internal auction for any loot. As soon as Shifeng stepped onto the main street, he was greeted by the sight of players attempting to recruit team members. Their minimum requirements were astounding. However, Shifeng paid little attention to these players as his goal was in the business district by the town's main entrance. The business district was Stormwind Town's most lively location. The players there were preoccupied with setting up stalls and selling wares. Selling this fine gold ranked blast bow at a low price. Interested buyers come quickly. Selling Sahuagin's journals, 12 silver per page. Want to complete the quest? Don't miss out on this opportunity. Purchasing silver tiers for 3 silver each. Only purchasing 100 drops. Unlike in Star Moon Kingdom, players residing in Sea's End's towns would not sell their items at the auction house. Instead, they set up stalls in their respective business districts. There were 2 main reasons for this. The first was that auction houses were only available in the 12 major cities. Due to the large distance between each island, teleportation's fees were exorbitant. For example, it cost Shifeng 52 silver to teleport from Blue Jade City to Stormwind Town. Normally, players would teleport to District Town, rather than Stormwind Town, crossing the remaining distance on their speedboats. Although this path took a lot of time, it was much cheaper to teleport to District Town. The second reason was that fees in Sea's End's auction house were much higher than on land. The fee was roughly 20% of the item's total value. It was a fraudulent amount. However, one had to admit that the services one obtained in return for such an exorbitant fee were worthwhile. When using one of Sea's End's auction houses, a player's item would display in all 12 major cities. One would not have to worry about their items not selling. However, for mundane, low-value items, players generally had to rely on their own stalls. Either that, or they would accumulate those items for some time before selling them in bulk in an auction house. Very quickly, Shifeng arrived before an NPC grocery store in the business district. Dear customer, may I know what you are looking for? Our shop offers a wide range of fine products at affordable prices, the shopkeeper, a chubby, middle-aged man with a short beard, said as he greeted Shifeng. I'd like to rent your shop, Shifeng announced, wearing the Stormwind emblem. He had already inspected the business district and was rather fond of this grocery store's location. using it as a secret shop for the candlelight trading firm would be ideal. Although he preferred to purchase the shop, he didn't have much money to spare at the moment. Hence, he settled with renting the shop for now. Unlike in Star Moon Kingdom, players did not have to negotiate with the town hall to purchase town shops in Sea's End. Players simply needed to negotiate a price with the shop owner. Of course, players had to possess sufficient authority within the town as a precondition. Even renting a shop required a certain level of authority. However, while renting a shop was much cheaper than outright buying one, there were two risks to consider. The first risk was that shops were rented to the highest bidder. Once a shop's rental period ended, players would have to outbid each other if more than one wanted the shop. The other risk was that, if another player bought the shop while it was being rented, the tenant would be deprived of their ownership once the rental period ended. Hence, renting was only a temporary solution. When taking long-term profits into account, it was better to purchase a shop. Dear customer, you have good eyes. Our shop has existed for more than 100 years. We also have the best location in town. As you are a valued guest, I can offer you a 10% discount. You can rent this shop for 900 gold per month, the shopkeeper said, joy lighting up his eyes as he rubbed his hands together. Alright, I'll rent a month. Shi Feng was slightly astonished when he heard this price. However, it was reasonable as this would become a miniature Holy Land in the future. The price to purchase the shop was certainly 10 times higher than the rental fee. Following which, Shi Feng paid the 900 gold and obtained the lease for the grocery store. Shi Feng had no intentions of refurbishing the shop, and he didn't intend to replace its staff. He simply hung a signboard beside the shop's entrance. Our shop is purchasing runic fragments in bulk for 5 silver coins per stack. We are only purchasing a limited number each day. Although it was only a small, wooden signboard, when the passers-by saw it, they were stunned. Crap, am I hallucinating? An NPC is actually purchasing runic fragments for 5 silver coins per stack. Did the House of Seas open this shop? Ha ha ha. Wonderful. I was just thinking of returning to a city to sell my fragments to the House of Seas. Although the price is slightly lower here, if I sell my stock, I can save on teleportation fees. Many players grew ecstatic as they looked at the 2-story tall grocery shop. Throughout Sea's End, only the House of Seas shops purchased runic fragments in bulk for a high price. No one else dared to do so. As for NPCs, they only purchased runic fragments for 40 copper per stack. Rather than selling runic fragments to NPCs, players made more profit by stocking up and looking for an NPC master alchemist to synthesize runic crystals. Although the synthesis success rate was only 10%, the synthesized runic crystals sold for at least 10 silver each. If one were lucky, they could get 1 runic crystal for every 5 runic fragment stacks. It was the equivalent of selling fragments for 2 silver per stack. Unfortunately, raising one's favorability with an NPC master alchemist was somewhat difficult. Synthesizing runic crystals also cost time and money. As a result, ordinary players rarely choose this option. Hence, now that an NPC shop wanted to purchase runic fragments at 5 silver per stack, why wouldn't they be excited? This was a great opportunity for them to make a fortune. Immediately, players swarmed the grocery store, dashing straight towards the NPC staffs manning the shop and tapping open their trade windows. Initially, these players placed 1 stack in the trade window. After confirming that the purchase price was indeed 5 silver per stack, they placed every runic fragment they had into the window and clicked Trade. The entire process as smoothly as flowing water. These players' trades were far faster and more accurate than dodging boss monsters' attacks. In the blink of an eye, the grocery store had purchased over 200 stacks of runic fragments. Meanwhile, the 1,000 gold Shi Feng stored in the shop dropped by around 10 gold. Damn it! I still have a ton of runic fragments in my warehouse. Please wait for me. Aside from the crowd that had rushed into the store, a larger crowd dashed to the bank on the main street. Some players had even gone as far as to leave their own stalls unattended. Meanwhile, news of the Nameless shop's request for runic fragments spread very quickly throughout Sea's End. Chapter 1250, The Herb Garden's Magical Effect. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1250, The Herb Garden's Magical Effect. Why are there so many people in that shop? Is that shop selling something special? That can't be right. I've visited this town multiple times and have been in every shop. If I recall correctly, that shop should be a grocery store, only selling common goods. It shouldn't have anything special to offer. Let's take a look. In any case, we are on break right now. Teams that had just returned from the fields grew curious when they saw the grocery store packed with players. Although Stormwind Town was quite large, elite players would investigate every new town or city to avoid missing some hidden or advanced quest. This was simply one of the basics of being an elite. By now, they had already explored Stormwind Town. However, the grocery store had never once been this popular. Naturally, they were curious. What? The shop is buying runic fragments at 5 silver per stack. Impossible. If this is true, can't our team earn 45 gold if we sell the 900 fragment stacks we've accumulated? The curious players were surprised when they read the sign hanging beside the entrance. These players immediately dashed into the shop for fear that they would miss the opportunity to sell their runic fragments. At the same time, they had swiftly contacted their companions and had them retrieve all of the fragments they had stockpiled in their warehouses. It seems that this has been quite effective. Shifeng, who quietly watched the crowd through the grocery store's second-floor window, nodded in satisfaction at the flow of players entering the shop. After a short moment, the grocery store had purchased over 7,000 stacks of runic fragments. He couldn't even store so many fragments in his bag. However, he hadn't only spent so much money on rent just to purchase runic fragments. If that were the case, he could simply set up a street stall. Rather, he had done so to build a sturdy foundation here for the candlelight trading firm. In the past, the Stormwind Empire had become a miniature holy land due to the area's sea god's temple. Not only did the sea god's temple give players access to the wondrous laboratories, but it also allowed players to trade for the sea god's blessing. When one spoke about the most profitable item produced in Sea's End, it was none other than the sea god's blessing. While this item might not be particularly valuable in Sea's End as players here relied on their ships in combat, it was a different story for players on land. Faced with severe environments, sufficient resistances were necessary for players. Not only did the sea god's blessing increase all of a player's resistances by 100 points, but it was also capable of increasing a player's basic attributes by 10% for 12 hours. Moreover, the potion did not have a cooldown, and its effects could stack. Whether one raided a dungeon or adventured in the fields, the sea god's blessing was a must-have potion. Time passed quickly. As Shifeng had nothing better to do, he decided to fiddle with the space-time herb garden. The grocery store sold plenty of items, including herb seeds. Although the herbs were common, they were enough for Shifeng. Shifeng wasn't an alchemist, but he knew what kind of potions players would need during particular times. He also knew which herbs were necessary to craft these potions. Around level 40, I recall that the various large guilds had focused on exploring ancient ruins. The various guilds had been desperate for lunar potions. The lunar potion's main material is the moonlight flower. Planting moonlight flowers isn't a bad option right now. Shifeng thought to himself. Normally, ancient ruins were located underground. Because of that, it was usually very dark inside. Even if players used spells, they would only illuminate a small area. This made their progress difficult and dangerous. Avoiding monster ambushes was particularly challenging, hence, the lunar potion had become very popular around this stage of the game in the past. The lunar potion allowed players to see in the dark. In addition, the potion had a long duration, making it suitable for exploring underground ruins. It wasn't hard to find the lunar potion's recipe, and any advanced alchemist could easily produce it. Only, moonlight flowers, the potion's main material, was considerably rare, and this resulted in a low supply of the potion on the market. If he could obtain a large quantity of moonlight flowers, he could mass-produce lunar potions. Making a fortune would be a piece of cake. Currently, as the various large guilds had already begun to raid ancient ruins, the lunar potion's market price had already reached 6 silver per bottle. This price was already rivaled that of the intermediate all-recovery potions. Meanwhile, crafting the intermediate all-recovery potion nearly cost 3 silver, whereas one could craft the lunar potion for less than 80 copper, 50 of which were spent on obtaining moonlight flowers. However, due to the rise in the lunar potion's price, moonlight flowers' prices had also increased. Right now, each flower could sell for around 2 silver, significantly increasing the cost of the lunar potions. Following which, Shi Feng purchased a large quantity of moonlight flower seeds and filled the space-time herb garden. Each moonlight flower needed 2 by 2 yards to grow. Overall, the herb garden allowed Shi Feng to plant 62,500 flowers. Each moonlight flower seed cost 5 copper, costing a total of 31 gold, 25 silver. While 62,500 flowers seemed excessive, when taking into consideration the flower's survival rate, he would only end up with a small harvest in the end. Normally, the various large guilds didn't bother to nurture any less than hundreds of thousands of herbs. Fortunately, the space-time herb garden was an epic tool. Shi Feng didn't need to invest too much time or money to grow the flowers. After Shi Feng finished planting the seeds in the space-time herb garden, he received a communication request from Fire Dance. Guild leader, I've arrived, Fire Dance reported softly. Good. I've given you access to the second floor, so come up, Shi Feng nodded. While he fiddled with the space-time herb garden, he had also sent for Fire Dance to bring him the Philosopher's Stone. With Fire Dance's equipment and strength, she could come and go without anyone noticing her. Guild leader, here is the Philosopher's Stone you asked for, Fire Dance said as she entered the second-floor room. She then took the Philosopher's Stone from her bag before looking around curiously. By now, runic fragments filled the room. Rather than a room, it looked like a warehouse. Thanks. Shi Feng excitedly received the Philosopher's Stone. With this, I can finally begin my work. Guild leader, the candlelight auction is tomorrow. Melancholic and the others are preparing for it right now. Aqua is still stuck inside the secret technique space, while Snow is managing things on Stone Forest Town and Lake Heart City's side. They don't know what has happened in the guild, Fire Dance said. Some time ago, many experts with hidden identities attacked our dungeon raiding teams, causing significant losses. Experts with hidden identities? Could they be Dark Guild members? Shi Feng asked. After the Dark Guilds their previous lesson, they should have been weak. He hadn't expected them to strike again. That shouldn't be the case. According to the reports from our members who fought these experts, they are all highly skilled. There were also quite a few refinement realm experts among them. I believe that they are from a super guild, Fire Dance said, shaking her head. They wouldn't dare attack in the open, so they're trying to start a secret war of attrition? Shi Feng frowned. Since they want to play, we'll entertain them. When the various superpowers in God's domain wished to target a particular guild, they generally used such hidden tactics. Eventually, they would wear the targeted guild to death. After all, in such battles of attrition, the members of both guilds would lose levels, as well as weapons and equipment. Without sufficient strength and background, surviving a war of attrition was impossible. Right, one more thing. Guild leader, our members have passed the inferior legendary treasure chest's trial. I brought the treasure chest with me. Now, all that's left is for you to open it. Fire Dance said as she excitedly took a massive chest from her bag and set it before Shi Feng. Chapter 1251, Treasure Appears. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1251, Treasure Appears. Everyone has passed their trials already. Shi Feng could not help his growing excitement as he gazed at the inferior legendary treasure chest before him. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of an inferior legendary treasure chest. Initially, he had expected conquering the treasure chest to take a long time. After all, the trial inside the treasure chest wasn't easy to clear. Clearing it with enough people would be even more difficult. I wonder what kind of items are inside. It'd be great if a fragmented legendary weapon appeared. The guild could give birth to another peak expert. In God's domain, weapons provided a much higher boost to a player's combat power than equipment. Take Fire Dance for example. Although she was only a refinement realm expert, with 1000 transformations abilities, she had a high chance of defeating Void realm experts of the same level. Please let there be several items inside. Shi Feng suppressed his excitement as he activated Divine Providence. He then activated the treasure chest. The inferior legendary treasure chest's loading bar began to fill slowly. It took much longer than opening an epic treasure chest. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. Fire Dance, who stood beside Shi Feng, struggled to settle her nerves as she watched the loading bar. After 20 seconds, a clear click resounded throughout the room. Immediately, both Shi Feng and Fire Dance held their breath as they watched the lid open, a myriad of colors slipping through the gaps. The treasure chest also radiated an aura that weighed on Shi Feng. As for Fire Dance, she had unconsciously taken a step backward. What an intense feeling. Shi Feng was inwardly surprised. If the shop were not strengthened by magic arrays, both the dazzling light and the powerful aura would attract everyone's attention in Stormwind Town. As the lights gradually dissipated, the items inside the treasure chest were revealed. When Shi Feng and Fire Dance saw the treasure chest's contents, however, they were flabbergasted. The inferior legendary treasure chest only contained 2 items. There was nothing else. One of these items was an exquisite, black and white cape, while the other was a design. There were fewer items inside the treasure chest than they had expected. Normally, a treasure chest had between 3 and 5 items, yet this one only had 2. This was even after Shi Feng had activated Divine Providence. It seems it really is unrealistic to ask for 2 fragmented legendary items from an inferior legendary treasure chest. However, these 2 items are an impressive bounty, Shi Feng thought, smiling as he picked up the items for inspection. Nightwalker's Cape, fragmented legendary rank, cape. Equipment requirement, strength 1500, agility, 1200. When equipped, all resistances increased by 100%. All damage received reduced by 30%. Strength increased by 40%. Agility increased by 50%. Endurance increased by 30%. Ignore levels plus 20. Movement speed increased by 30%. Attack speed increased by 30%. Reaction speed increased by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Nightwalker, when the cape is equipped, no information about the player can be examined. Physique improved by 10%. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Divine speed, player's starting movement speed increased to 30% of player's maximum movement speed. Additional active skill 1 dash. Divine steps, summons 10 doppelgangers before a maximum of 10 targets for 5 seconds. Doppelgangers do not possess any attack capabilities. Throughout this duration, player is invulnerable. Player can switch positions with any doppelganger freely. Maximum cast range of 100 yards. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Void Shield, forms a shield that has an HP of 10 times the player's maximum HP for 2 minutes. As long as shield exists, player's HP recovery speed increased by 500% and movement speed increased by 100%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The blacksmith god Baer crafted this cloak for the Tyrant of Destruction, but it was damaged in the battle against the god Slayer. However, as the divine runes remain intact, it can be repaired with 7 god crystals. Current number of absorbed god crystals, 0/7. Although it wasn't a weapon, the Nightwalker's cape was undoubtedly rarer than a fragmented legendary weapon. Shi Feng immediately fell in love with the Nightwalker's cape as soon as he laid eyes on it. Although the cape's attributes could not compare to the 7 luminaries' battle armor, it happened to be exactly what Shi Feng needed. Unlike other classes, swordsmen relied on normal attacks to do damage in both combat against players and monsters. Hence, reaction speed was very important for a swordsman. Meanwhile, the Nightwalker's cape instantly increased its wearer's reaction speed by 30%. In high-speed battles against experts, the cape would be wondrously effective. Furthermore, after equipping the cape, he would obtain the passive skill, Divine Speed. In God's domain, players' movement speed and attack speed accelerated from 0. As in the real world, players had to build momentum. Divine Speed allowed players' movement speed to start from 30% of their maximum, allowing them to reach maximum speed far more quickly. Although the time one could save with this was minuscule and barely perceptible by ordinary players, in the eyes of experts, this small amount was extremely valuable. Because it wouldn't take as long to reach their maximum speed, players could dodge attacks that were normally unavoidable. However, it was the other item that truly surprised Shi Feng. The Void Bomb design. Void bombs were similar to the basic Mana Pulse Bomb. It was a tool of war with astounding power. However, although the Void Bomb was as devastating as the basic Mana Pulse Bomb, the Void Bomb had a larger effective area. Each bomb could cover an area of 20 by 20 yards. In the past, the Void Bomb had been in high demand but practically non-existent, as normally, one could only obtain them by completing quests, exploring ancient ruins, and opening treasure chests. Shi Feng had never considered that players could actually craft such an item. If he could mass-produce the Void Bomb, the consequences would be inconceivable. Sure enough, it will be very difficult to mass-produce. When Shi Feng glanced at the required materials, he found that every material was extremely rare. Crafting this bomb required a total of 5 rare materials. Among them, the most valuable was a type of metal called void iron. Few kingdoms produced this type of ore. Currently, void iron sold for 2 gold per ingot, and the void bomb required 5. Without taking into account the production success rate, based on his initial estimate, crafting the void bomb would cost at least 25 gold. Even a first-rate guild would go bankrupt if it attempted to mass-produce these bombs. However, it wasn't exactly impossible to mass-produce so long as Zero Wing took control of a void iron vein. According to Shi Feng's memories, 6 void iron veins had been found in the past, and every one of them had been controlled by either super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Any guild that attempted to wrangle control of these veins met utter annihilation. Void iron veins produced more than just void iron. They also produced magic crystals. There was even a tiny chance to mine 7 luminaries crystals. This minuscule chance was precisely the reason that the various superpowers had fought over void iron veins desperately. Some of these superpowers had even been wiped out in these struggles. Chapter 1252, Lively Town. Void Iron. Shi Feng fell into deep thought as he examined the void bomb design. Thus far, only he knew the secret that void iron veins could produce 7 luminaries crystals. Hence, the current superpowers shouldn't be so desperate to secure the veins yet. Even so, the fact that a void iron vein could produce magic crystals was tempting enough. Void iron was also far more valuable than magic crystals. If a void iron vein were discovered, many of the superpowers would rush into the competition for it. Fortunately, it was not completely impossible for Zero Wing to occupy a void iron vein. There were very few void iron veins in God's domain, and they were all located in very dangerous areas, the lowest of which were above level 60. Among them, 1 void iron vein could be found in the Storm Empire. If we can occupy a void iron vein, with the candlelight trading firm's strength, will be capable of mass-producing the void bomb. They'll be very useful against dungeon bosses or in guild wars. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng's eyes shone with excitement. If even the basic mana pulse bombs could be so beneficial, mass-producing the void bombs would elevate the guild's strength to a whole new level. It would be a huge waste to pass up mass production. If there's an opportunity, we'll have to make a trip to the Eye of the Storm. The Storm Empire's Void Iron Vein was located in the Eye of the Storm, which also happened to be the largest canyon in the Empire. Due to the area's steep terrain, it wasn't a suitable place for humans to build their homes. Hence, foreign races had ruled over the Eye of the Storm for many years, making it a very dangerous place for humans. As for the map's level range, it was between level 60 to level 90. Players below Tier 2 would surely die if they explored the map carelessly. Due to these risks, it's impossible that any current players or guilds had discovered the vein. It was even less likely that anyone had claimed it. Just knowing this gave Shi Feng a huge advantage. Guild leader, you're so unfair. How can you admire the items without me? Fire Dance whined at Shi Feng, who had been grinning silently into the treasure chest. Although she had watched and waited to see what items the treasure chest spawned, she couldn't see how many had appeared. Shi Feng had just opened an inferior legendary treasure chest. Since there were 2 items inside, they must be extraordinary. Here you go. But let's keep this between us, don't tell anyone. Shi Feng finally remembered that Fire Dance was waiting beside him. He then shared the item's statistics with her. Upon seeing the information, Fire Dance was dazed. Both the Nightwalker's cape and the Void Bomb design were astounding items. If they could mass-produce the Void Bombs, in particular, they wouldn't have any issues dealing with mythic monsters in the future. However, the fact that Shi Feng could equip the Nightwalker's cape right now was even more shocking than the items themselves. Her 1,000 transformations only had an equipment requirement of 700 strength and 700 agility, yet the Nightwalker's cape required 1,500 strength and 1,200 agility. Even level 50, Tier 2 players would be hard-pressed to meet such high requirements. Guild leader, what level are you right now? Fire Dance asked curiously. Level 50, Shi Feng responded nonchalantly. He had no intention of hiding the truth from Fire Dance. Hearing this response, Fire Dance was speechless. She knew that Shi Feng possessed a hidden class. Moreover, leveling up his class required double the EXP of a normal class. Meanwhile, she had been trying desperately to level up. She had even taken down so many bosses with Shi Feng. Even so, she was only level 48. Although she was only 2 levels away from level 50, with her leveling speed, she would roughly need another 5 or 6 days before hitting that milestone. Alright, snap out of it. I'll send the Void Bomb design back with you, but first, make a few trips to the Sea God's temples, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He needed to synthesize a large quantity of runic crystals. He did not have the free time to travel to and from the Sea God's temple. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was both stealthy and swift. As long as she held the Stormwind emblem, she could convert the runic crystals into Sea God's temple points before converting those into Sea God's blessings. Following which, Shi Feng rapidly synthesized one runic crystal after another. A stack contained 100 individual runic fragments, and each synthesis required 50 fragments. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Stone had a synthesis success rate of 100%. In just a few seconds, Shi Feng finished synthesizing a runic crystal. As Shi Feng synthesized runic crystals and Fire Dance moved the runic fragments from the shop's warehouse to the 2nd floor. Damn it! Why is that bastard still inside the shop? How many does he intend to buy? Scorpion muttered in annoyance as he glared at the grocery store opposite of the open-air bar he watched from. As he did not want to alert Shi Feng of his presence, he did not dare move too close to the swordsman. After all, experts of their standards were extremely sensitive to their environments. If he accidentally leaked the slightest killing intent, Shi Feng was likely to discover him. When stalking targets of Shi Feng's caliber, he maintained a distance of over 200 yards. Stormwind Town's security was much stricter than Blue Jade City's. Although these guards' levels were lower, there wasn't much difference to players of his level. They would die instantly either way. He couldn't afford to strike inside Stormwind Town. It would only be time to make his move after Shi Feng left the town to grind or quest. Time passed quickly. Before Shi Feng realized it, the 1,000 gold he had set up to purchase runic fragments had depleted. In the end, the shop had purchased 20,000 fragment stacks in total. With this, he had bought out nearly every player in Stormwind Town. However, news travels quickly, and players from other cities had discovered that a grocery store in Stormwind Town was purchasing runic fragments. They had rushed in from nearby towns and cities. Even now, a long line of players still waited by the shop's entrance. Crap! Why aren't they buying anymore? I just arrived, for God's sake. Are you guys buying fragments tomorrow? I still have 30 stacks here. The players outside of the shop grew flustered, afraid that they had missed their chance to make some money. Dear customers, please rest assured that our store will purchase a large quantity of runic fragments every day. However, as we have already reached our quota for today, please come back tomorrow, one of the female NPCs managing the store formally announced as Shi Feng had requested. Hearing the announcement, everyone outside the shop relaxed. Many reluctant players even decided to spend 2 silver coins to set a stall up beside the store. They intended to wait until the next day to sell off their runic fragments. The business district had grown quite lively. As more time passed, even more players rushed to the area as some set up stalls and others visited bars to chat while they passed the time. In less than half an hour, the crowd had doubled. Guild leader, have these people lost their minds? They're actually willing to wait until tomorrow to sell their runic fragments? Fire Dance was confused as she watched the players crowd the street outside the shop. Rather than waiting here, doing nothing, it would be much more profitable to grind or quest. It isn't that easy to make money in God's domain. These players have particularly larger expenditures, Shi Feng explained, smiling bitterly in response to Fire Dance's question. Fire Dance was a considerably powerful expert. After joining Zero Wing, her strength had even increased by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, the guild paid for most of her costs, including her repair fees and the cost of her usual consumable items. In addition, she wore a set of top-tier equipment. Her equipment needs were met. Even if they weren't, her weapons and equipment were not easy to obtain for players or guilds. She was oblivious about the suffering independent players faced in God's domain. Most elite players in Sea's End only made 10 silver or so each day, and that was if they teamed up. They earned even less if they operated solo. Both land and sea monsters rarely dropped coins. They mainly dropped materials, and NPCs usually purchased these materials for very little, yet selling one's stock to payers would require a lot of time. For the majority of these players, quests were their most profitable source of income. Unfortunately, very few players actually got their hands on high-quality quests. To these players, an opportunity to sell their runic fragments for 5 silver per stack was like a gift from heaven. If they had stockpiled fragments, they could easily make several gold. How could these players possibly bypass such a golden opportunity? Alright, now that we've traded for all of the sea god's blessings we can, it's time we leave this place. Chapter 1253, Money-Earning Tactic. Guild Leader, are we returning to the guild? Fire Dance asked. She had already made multiple trips to the sea god's temple, trading points for a total of 8,000 bottles of sea god's blessing. She had also seen the potion's effects, and she had to admit that it was a miracle tool for grinding and raiding dungeons. If players could increase their attributes by 10%, dungeons would become at least 10% easier. This way, Players could lower the equipment and weapon requirements, and they could dispatch more players to difficult dungeons. The Sea God's Blessing also increased players' resistances by 100 points, making it even easier to raid bosses that dealt magical damage. Moreover, the potion had a duration of 12 hours. That was more than enough time for a 50-man team to raid a large-scale team dungeon. If they offered the Sea God's Blessing to their guild members in exchange for guild contribution points, their members could level up and upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster. No. We're heading to the Fire Dragon Empire, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. The Sea God's Blessing was precious. If not for the Philosopher's Stone, it would not have been possible to obtain so many within such a short time. While it was not a bad idea to put it up for trade in the guild, doing so would expose his identity. Moreover, earning money was far more important right now. In the past, the Sea God's Blessing had sold for a maximum of 2 gold in Sea's End and 3 gold on land during its peak. Land players hadn't discovered the Sea God's Blessing yet, making this an excellent opportunity to make a fortune. If he waited until more players in Sea's End realized how important this potion was, and news of the potion spread to the mainland, he would lose the opportunity to sell it for a high price. Fortunately, there were a limited number of Sea God's temples available, and each temple only stocked 50,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing each week. It wasn't even enough to satisfy Stormwind Town's players. So, the price shouldn't be affected over much. In any case, he had to earn as much as he could while he didn't have any competition. The Fire Dragon Empire was one of the 4 great empires. The empire stood at the peak of God's domain in both quantity and quality of experts. The empire was home to plenty of powerful adventurer teams. Thus, it was an ideal place to sell the Sea God's Blessing. He also had the option of selling the potions in Blackwing City. However, as the Sea God's Blessing was relatively affordable, more players would fight over it in the Fire Dragon Empire. Although he would have to spend quite a bit on teleportation fees, compared to the potential profits, the expenditure was negligible. Following which, Shi Feng descended the stairs. As for Fire Dance, she activated stealth and followed as they traveled to the Fire Dragon Empire together. Since Fire Dance had picked up 8,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing, Shi Feng's bag couldn't store them all. He needed help transporting the potions. He's finally leaving. A hint of excitement flashed in Scorpion's eyes when he saw Shi Feng exit the shop. Quickly, he finished the glass of liquor he had just ordered. Overall, he had waited several hours for Shi Feng to leave the shop. Although it was common for assassination experts like himself to wait several hours at a time on a mission, stakeouts were tiresome. However, before Scorpion could celebrate, he saw Shi Feng head towards the teleportation hall. After traveling all the way here, he doesn't plan to go out and level. Scorpion was confused as he watched Shi Feng leave the town via the teleportation hall. Suppressing his bubbling frustration, he called out the system map and checked Shi Feng's current location. Flame Dragon City. Scorpion nearly cracked his teeth when he saw the location on the map. Flame Dragon City was the Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The security there was several times higher than Stormwind Town's. It was even more difficult to take out a target there. Excellent. I refuse to believe you won't head out to level or quest at some point. Scorpion ground his teeth as he paid 7 gold, 20 silver to teleport to Flame Dragon City as well, his hatred of Shi Feng growing ever stronger. A single teleportation fee had lightened his pockets by 20%. Sea's End was already quite far from the Fire Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, the fee for teleporting out of Sea's End was more expensive than elsewhere. Very players chose to travel to the mainland to level. Even if they did decide to do so, they would travel via a flying ship, which was much cheaper. Flame Dragon City. As the imperial capital of one of the 4 great empires and the venue for the Dark Arena, the player population surpassed the other empires' capitals. Moreover, The Fire Dragon Empire had a treaty of alliance with the several neighboring kingdoms, which resulted in 40% cheaper teleportation fees between these countries, attracting even more players. One could see plenty of player trading firms as they wandered through the capital's business district. Many independent adventurer teams also sold rare items monsters had dropped. It would be great if White River City were even half as impressive as this city. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he gazed upon Fire Dragon City's business district. 2-star shops were still extremely rare. Generally, only first-rate guilds had the capacity to set one up. However, as he walked through the business district, he saw plenty of 2-star shops. Moreover, Fire Dragon City had long since activated the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to leveling spots that could not be reached with teleportation arrays. The various trading firms displayed even more impressive merchandise. Even level 40 fine gold equipment was available for purchase. Only, the prices for such items were much higher than market value. It was clear that the shop owners did not want players to buy these items, intending to keep them on display. Only level 40 secret silver equipment and below sold normally. Even so, this was astounding. In Star Moon Kingdom, one typically only found level 40 secret silver equipment in the auction houses. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players had yet to reach level 40. Meanwhile, it was because these trading firms sold the best equipment available that adventurer teams visited so frequently. After all, they might come across weapons or equipment that suited them. However, Shi Feng wasn't here to visit these shops. Rather, he was bound for the auction house. The Fire Dragon Auction House was the largest auction house in the Fire Dragon Empire. The empire itself ran the establishment. Players throughout the empire's various major cities could view every item sold here. As long as an item was of sufficient quality, one would not have to worry about it not selling. Only, the processing fee was somewhat expensive, as high as 15% of the final selling price. In addition, the auction house charged a storage fee. The longer an item lingered in the auction house, the higher the fee would be. If one sold an item that was not particularly attractive, they might actually lose money. After arriving at the Fire Dragon Auction House, Fire Dance was amazed by the breathtaking view. The Fire Dragon Auction House was humongous. It was even larger than Blackwing City's Blackwing Auction House. It easily took up an area of 3 or 4 stadiums with a 50,000 capacity. Moreover, the auction house had 100 floors and was over 700 meters tall. A sea of players drifted in and out of the auction house. Independent players, members of small guilds, as well as members of large guilds were here to purchase materials. Shi Feng wasn't particularly moved. After all, he had seen the Fire Dragon Auction House when Flame Dragon City had been at its peak. Far more players had visited the auction house back then. After entering the auction house, one could see a large number of NPC waiters and administrators standing around the main hall. If players were lost, they could simply ask these NPCs for directions. These NPCs would then provide them detailed explanations of the auction house. Once inside the building, Shi Feng approached the item sale area. As there were many players seeking to sell their items, despite so many NPCs, Shi Feng had to wait for some time before his turn. "Sir, may I know what item you wish to sell today?" the female NPC staff member asked, smiling. "I wish to sell this item." "Please appraise it," Shi Feng said as he handed a bottle of Sea God's Blessing to the NPC receptionist. The Fire Dragon Auction House operated somewhat differently from the auction houses in other kingdoms and empires. Normal items were not accepted here. Only items of bronze rank or above could be sold here. Furthermore, players weren't allowed to set any random price. They had to abide by the NPC's minimum price. Of course, players could set higher prices. "Sir, the starting price for the Sea God's Blessing is set at 1 gold, 20 silver. Storage for 24 hours will cost 3 silver, or you can store the item for 48 hours at 6 silver, the NPC receptionist reported once she finished appraising the potion. I'd like to set the starting price at 1 gold, 60 silver, and store the item for only 24 hours. I will sell 3,000 bottles in total. Sell 150 bottles every 1 hour, Shifeng said as he retrieved one bottle of Sea God's Blessing after another. Seeing so many bottles of Sea God's Blessing, the NPC receptionist was momentarily stunned. However, she recovered quickly and accepted the 3,000 bottles. Chapter 1254, Taking the Empire by Storm. After commissioning the 3,000 Sea God's Blessing bottles to the Fire Dragon auction house, Shifeng left the auction house with Fire Dance and hurried back to the teleportation hall. Guild leader, with the capabilities of the Fire Dragon Empire's players, they shouldn't have any problems using 8,000 Sea God's Blessings. Why are we setting out for another empire? Fire Dance asked, confused. We are too poor right now. With our limited stock of Sea God's Blessings, we have to employ hunger marketing if we want greater profits, Shifeng explained, smiling bitterly. If given the choice, he would sell all the potions here in one go rather than waste time running about. However, he had too many aspects that required funds. This was especially true for fees to reconstruct the 20 shops he had recently acquired from the secret pavilion as well as the diamond would cost. Naturally, he had to try to earn as much as possible. Although there were a lot of players in the Fire Dragon Empire and plenty of first-rate guilds, he couldn't place all of his eggs into one basket if he wanted the Sea God's Blessing to fetch a high price. After all, despite the potion's affordable price, it was still easily affordable for ordinary players. Normally, only guilds and powerful adventurer teams could buy the potion in bulk. Yet, there was a limited number of such adventurer teams and guilds in the Fire Dragon Empire, limiting how high the Sea God's Blessings price could rise. Hence, he had decided to test the waters with 3,000 bottles first. Very quickly, Shifeng and Fire Dance traveled to the Beast Empire's Beast City. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who had been tailing Shifeng in secret, fumed with rage. Shifeng had arrived in Flame Dragon City less than an hour ago, yet he was leaving already. It wouldn't be so bad if Shifeng's destination were outside the city. However, of all the places Shifeng could have chosen, he chose the faraway Beast Empire. A one-way trip there from Flame Dragon City cost 3 gold, 74 silver. Not only had Scorpion failed to find an opportunity for his allies to ambush Shifeng, but he had also wasted over 10 gold. This was hard-earned money that he had saved to purchase a new weapon. While he was one of the Sacred Temple's peak experts, he had obtained most of his weapons, equipment, and skills himself. He was only slightly better off than the guild's elite members in that he could purchase top-tier items cheaply with coins or guild contribution points. Yet, now, he had spent nearly 1/3 of his savings just to follow Shifeng around. He even began to consider attacking Shifeng outright. Shortly after Shifeng left the Fire Dragon auction house, the Sea God's Blessing appeared in the auction house's potion window. Who's this seller? He's actually selling a potion for 1 gold, 60 silver. Has he lost his mind? Crap. Does he think he's selling dragon blood? The various guilds and adventurer teams' logistic members, who had come to purchase potions, were astonished when they saw the Sea God's Blessing. The intermediate regeneration and intermediate mana recovery potions they usually purchased only cost several silver per bottle. Even the mana mixture, which was slightly more valuable, only cost a dozen or so silver coins. Meanwhile, the mana mixture could temporarily increase a player's maximum mana by 10%. Yet, someone was actually selling a potion that no one had ever heard of for 1 gold, 60 silver. Moreover, that was only the potion's starting price. However, these logistics members quickly calmed themselves as they clicked to check the Sea God's Blessings attribute panel and read its introductory text. As logistics members, their task was to purchase all sorts of useful potions. Whenever a new potion appeared, they were required to investigate it. If they missed an opportunity to obtain a particularly precious potion, they would be severely reprimanded. However, As these players read the Sea God's Blessings introduction, their mocking laughter died as an excited madness took its place. Leader, I discovered a super potion that increases all basic attributes by 10% and resistances by 100 points for 12 hours. If every member of our Royal Thunder team drinks this potion, we won't have any issues raiding Hell Mode team dungeons. A potion can do that. Buy them all. Quickly. But the potion isn't cheap. Not cheap. How much is it? As long as it isn't too outrageous, we'll take them all. The starting price is 1 gold, 60 silver per bottle. The various logistics members contacted their superiors. If the potion had simply cost 20 or 30 silver per bottle, they could make the decision on their own. However, the Sea God's Blessing starting price was too high. They did not have the authority to approve such a large purchase. When they learned of the potion's starting price, the superiors in both the large guilds and the adventurer teams were stunned into silence. However, after a moment of silence, every one of these upper echelons issued the same command. Buy them all. While the price was indeed very high, its effects were astonishing. If used properly, it could easily elevate a team's strength to a whole new level. The potion might even enable a team to raid a dungeon of a higher difficulty, allowing access to higher quality weapons and equipment. Immediately, the various logistics members bid on the Sea God's Blessing. From the initial 1 gold, 60 silver, the price quickly rose to 1 gold, 61 silver, before rising again to 1 gold, 62 silver. The potion's price soared. At the same time, news of the Sea God's Blessing shocked many first-rate guilds and superpowers. How can such a potion actually exist? Investigate this potion's origin and the method to obtain it immediately. Unlike ordinary large guilds and adventurer teams, these first-rate guilds and superpowers were more interested in the Sea God's Blessing's origin. Immediately, they began to research the potion. At the same time, they sent their logistics members to purchase every available bottle. At most, the 150 available bottles would cost several hundred gold. Ordinary large guilds might hesitate to make such a large expenditure, but this amount of money was negligible to first-rate guilds and superpowers. As long as they could raid level 45 Hell Mode large-scale team dungeons, obtaining 2 or 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment, they would make up for the loss with money to spare. Have these people lost their minds? It's already at 2 gold, 60 silver per bottle, yet they're still bidding. The first-rate guilds and superpowers' intervention caused the price of the Sea God's Blessing to skyrocket, instantly exceeding the various adventurer teams' budget. Leader, the potion's price has already reached 2 gold, 65 silver. By the looks of it, the price will continue to rise. I no longer have enough coins on hand to buy all of the potions. Damn it. This is definitely those first-rate guilds doing. But this is our best opportunity to take down a Hell Mode team dungeon. We cannot miss this chance. I'll have someone send you some money later. We don't need to purchase all of them, 50 bottles should be enough. Understood. At the end of the day, an adventurer team could not compete with a large guild's financial strength. Fortunately, adventurer teams didn't need all 150 bottles. They could manage with 1/3 of that. Unfortunately, while the various adventurer teams discussed their options, none of the large guilds intended to let the potions fall into anyone else's hands. Very quickly, the price of the Sea God's Blessing broke past the 4 gold threshold, exceeding the record high in Shifeng's previous life. Once the auction for the 150 Sea God's Blessing bottles concluded, Shifeng was stunned. System, the Sea God's Blessing you placed in the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold, 16 silver has been sent to your bag. System, the Sea God's Blessing you placed in the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold, 24 silver has been sent to your bag. System, the Sea God's Blessing you placed at the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold 19 silver has been sent to your bag. A series of 150 system notifications bombarded Shifeng. In the blink of an eye, he had gained nearly 800 gold. Chapter 1255, Competitors. Guild Leader, what happened? Fire Dance asked when she noticed Shifeng's joyful smile. It's nothing. I just made a small profit, that's all, Shifeng replied, chuckling. In the past, the Sea God's Blessing had only sold for 3 gold during its peak. Now, he had managed to sell the potion for an average of 5 gold, 20 silver. That was nearly double the price back then. Moreover, this had only been the first batch. As the potion's fame spread, its price would continue to rise. The only problem was the attention from the various large guilds. By now, the various large guilds should have begun their investigation into the potion. With a little effort, it wasn't hard to learn about the Sea God's Blessing. After all, the Sea God's Blessing was one of the basic items available for trade in the Sea God's Temple. Once the various large guilds discovered the potion's origins, they would try to obtain it for themselves by any means necessary, rather than purchase the bottles from the auction house. After all, it was much cheaper to obtain the potion from the Sea God's Temple. With enough runic fragments, they could hire an NPC master alchemist to synthesize runic crystals. Employing a master alchemist might be difficult for ordinary players, but that was not the case for large guilds. Even if a master alchemist only had a 10% synthesis success rate, with each stack of runic fragment only costing 5 silver, the potion's total cost wouldn't exceed 1 gold, 50 silver. It was much cheaper than buying the potion from Shifeng. With the potion's growing popularity, I need to hurry. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng rushed back to Stormwind Town with Fire Dance. Now that the various guilds had caught wind of the Sea God's Blessing, they would find a way to obtain them in Sea's End. However, the Sea God's Blessing was not available indefinitely. Each Sea God's temple only stocked 50,000 bottles each week. If he secured all of the available Sea God's Blessings, even if the other guilds had the required points, they wouldn't be able to trade for the potion. Meanwhile, throughout Sea's End, players had only discovered 10 Sea God's temples. As long as he had the funds, it wasn't impossible to clear the temple's stock. After all, he had already earned some funds from the first batch of Sea God's Blessings. However, when Scorpion realized Shifeng was returning to Stormwind Town, he very nearly lost consciousness. After traveling around the continent, he returned to where he had begun. In total, he had spent more than 24 gold on teleportation fees. Scorpion wanted nothing more than to rip Shifeng apart with his own hands. Stormwind Town. When Shifeng returned to the grocery store, he discovered far more players in the business district. These players watched the grocery store like hawks, waiting for the NPCs to hang the wooden signboard that announced the purchasing of runic fragments. The shop really has become quite famous. I should be able to collect a lot of fragments. Shifeng smiled as he entered the grocery store. Upon his return, Shifeng also received the profits from the first round of sales in other empires. Although the potions were not as popular as they were in the Fire Dragon Empire, each bottle still sold for 5 gold or more. Overall, the 600 bottles that had sold in 4 other empires had earned Shifeng an additional 3,000 plus gold. Without hesitation, Shifeng equipped the grocery store with 3,000 gold and began to purchase runic fragments once more. Meanwhile, Fire Dance headed out to purchase the Sea God's Blessing. Quick, look! The signboard is up again. Ha ha ha. I knew it wasn't a waste of time to wait. I've purchased a ton of runic fragments from other cities. I'll make a fortune. When the waiting players saw the signboard, they charged into the shop. Among them, there were a few merchant players trying to make a profit through the price spread. After purchasing runic fragments in other NPC cities, these merchant players would come running to the grocery store to sell the fragments for 5 silver per stack. Even if they only earned 1 silver per stack, selling 5 or 600 stacks would earn them 5 or 6 gold. Even experts couldn't earn that much money in a single day. He had offered to purchase each stack of runic fragments for 5 silver precisely to inspire these merchant players to do the dirty work for him, purchasing fragments from other cities and saving him plenty of time. In just 10 minutes, the grocery store had purchased over 6,000 runic fragment stacks. This was far faster than before. Unfortunately, Shi Feng's synthesis speed remained constant as the Philosopher's Stone could only synthesize 1 runic crystal at a time. Time passed quickly. Despite players' rush to sell their fragments, Shi Feng's funds didn't decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, he continued to gain more coins. Very quickly, Shi Feng had accumulated 20,000 gold. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had purchased the remaining 42,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing in Stormwind Town Sea God's Temple and stored them in the grocery store's warehouse. Following which, Shi Feng sent the 20,000 gold he earned to Melancholic Smile, contacting her and saying, "Melancholic, I just sent you 20,000 gold. Once you receive it, start the new shop's reconstruction." The sooner those 20 shops were complete, the sooner they could purchase diamond wood. After all, if the other guilds learned about the diamond wood's value, it would become extremely difficult to purchase even if Zero Wing had the funds. 20,000? Guild leader, how did you get so much money? Melancholic Smile was momentarily dumbfounded. She had been managing both the Candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing's finances all this time, so she was very aware of their financial situation. Both the guild and the trading firm continued to expand. As a result, the cost of the guild's benefits rose each day. They also had to continue purchasing more materials. There was also the fact that Stone Forest Town had recently become an intermediate town, so they had plenty of buildings to construct. Practically all of the guild's funds had already been allocated. The guild simply had no money to spare right now. "I just made some money selling potions. I'll send the money for the diamond wood a little later," Shi Feng said, chuckling. His current earnings were only the tip of the iceberg. If he could monopolize the Sea God's Blessing before the other guilds gathered enough points to trade for it, he could easily make several times more than his current profits. It was for this reason that he had sent Fire Dance to visit the other Sea God's temples to exchange their points for Sea God's Blessing. While Fire Dance visited the various Sea God's temples, Shi Feng wandered throughout God's domain, selling the Sea God's blessings. Although he could only carry 4,000 bottles with him at a time, the potions' prices continued to increase. Excluding the Fire Dragon Empire, the Sea God's Blessings' maximum price had risen from 5 gold, 20 silver to 5 gold, 60 silver. The potion was far more popular than Shi Feng had expected. However, by the time Shi Feng was on his 4th visit to the various empires, the potion's popularity had calmed, the maximum price decreasing to roughly 5 gold. While Shi Feng had expected the drop, he was surprised to see others selling the Sea God's Blessing in the various auction houses. He hadn't expected competition this early. Moreover, their starting prices were even lower than his, only 1 gold, 30 silver. Their sales volume was also quite significant. It was also because of this that the potion's prices had fallen so much. Guild leader, the Sea God's Temple I'm in only has a little over half its stock remaining. There are less than 20,000 bottles left. The previous temple I visited had already traded a few thousand bottles as well, Fire Dance reported. Should I purchase what's left of this temple's stock? Chapter 1256, Tyrant vs. Lunatic. I've really underestimated them this time. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. He had worried about the various empires' guilds, yet he had completely forgotten about the various naval powers in Sea's End. The Sea God's Blessing cost a considerable number of Sea God's Temple points. Regardless of how powerful the empire's guilds were, it was impossible for them to afford so many Sea God's Blessings in 30 hours or so. After all, an NPC Master Alchemist's synthesis success rate was very low. It could take anywhere from 10 to a few dozen attempts to succeed once. Factoring in the time it required to synthesize fragments, any guild would need a miracle to purchase a few hundred bottles within 30 hours, even with half a dozen NPC master alchemists. Even if the Empire's powers worked together, it was impossible for them to obtain more than 10,000 bottles. After all, there were only so many NPC master alchemists available. The only people capable of obtaining so many sea gods' temple points were the local superpowers. For Sea's End's superpowers, it was not difficult to obtain the temple points. They could obtain the points either through quests or trading items such as runic crystals. Not only could one obtain runic crystals through synthesis, but they could also obtain them by killing boss-grade sea monsters in Sea's End. Guild leader, should we continue to purchase the potion? Fire Dance asked as she watched Shifeng on the screen. They had rushed to purchase the sea god's blessing in the first place to avoid competition, limiting others' access to the potion. Now that the sea god's temple she was in had already traded over 30,000 bottles, this would impact their ability to sell the potion for a high price. Of course. Why wouldn't we? At worst, we'll earn a little less profit, Shifeng said, chuckling. Although competition would decrease the price, they could still earn coins at a frightening rate. Moreover, he had the Philosopher's Stone to synthesize runic fragments. Even if the potion sold at its minimum price, he would still make a profit. Furthermore, he had already met his initial goal. The sea god's blessing's price had surpassed his expectations. After repeated sales, he had over 60,000 gold on hand. It was enough to deal with matters such as his Tier 2 promotion, purchasing diamond wood, and reconstructing Stone Forest Town. They also had nearly 140,000 bottles in the grocery store's warehouse. Even if he sold the potion for 2 gold per bottle, he would have more than enough money to construct his city. Understood. After giving the matter some thought, Fire Dance understood Shifeng's reasoning. She also felt that she had been a little too greedy. Stormwind Town. After returning to the grocery store, Shifeng discovered that the crowd around the shop had disappeared. Now, there were only a few dozen people around. Every one of these players radiated an imposing aura, their very postures threatening anyone who dared to approach. Just as Shifeng neared the shop, a robust, middle-aged man called out to him, "Friend, are you trying to sell off your runic fragments?" Shifeng nodded, pretending to be just another adventurer trying to make some gold. "I'd advise you to go elsewhere, then. The House of Seas has quarantined this grocery store. Anyone who enters the shop will be declared an enemy of the House of Seas. It isn't worth provoking them for a few dozen silver," the robust man explained. A few players had tried to go in, but the house's members had used a Tier 2 magic scroll and killed them as soon as they left the shop. Not only had the players lost a piece of equipment, but they've also become targets for the House of Seas. The player from the organization that used the scroll is only level 30. He's not worried about the NPC guards killing him or losing a few levels in jail. How tyrannic. Hearing the middle-aged man's warning, Shifeng glanced at the 20-man team standing in front of the shop, and indeed, there were 5 level 30 players among them. These level 30 players, in particular, wore ordinary equipment. As for the other team members, they were either level 42 or level 43 players equipped with level 40 fine gold equipment. A few of them even wore 2 or 3 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. It was clear that these expert players were here to scare off ordinary and elite players. If an ordinary expert disregarded the warning, these House of Seas members would finish them off with a Tier 2 magic scroll. With this, the House of Seas had successfully barred Stormwind Town's players from selling their runic fragments to the grocery store. As long as players stopped selling their runic fragments, Shifeng would lose his source of runic crystals. Although he could travel around cities to purchase runic fragments himself, his acquisition rate would be many times slower. The House of Seas has always been tyrannical. There are only a few powers in Sea's End capable of competing with them. If independent players like us provoke them, we won't survive in Sea's End, the middle-aged man said, sighing. The House of Seas is searching madly for the shopkeeper. They've announced that the shopkeeper will have to operate under their management if they wish to continue in Sea's End. I feel bad for the guy. Just by opening a shop, he earned the ire of the house of. Huh? You're going in. Don't be stupid. Several people have already tried and failed. The middle-aged man suddenly noticed Shi Feng approached the grocery store. If they target you, your life here will be over. Target? Shi Feng chuckled. They've wanted me for a while now. You're already a target, the middle-aged man suddenly realized a possibility. His eyes widening, he stammered, could you be the person they are? That's right. I'm the player you feel bad for, Shi Feng nodded, grinning. He then continued towards the shop, leaving the middle-aged man behind. Has he lost his mind? The middle-aged man muttered, stunned. The House of Seas had searched frantically for the grocery store's shopkeeper, yet this shopkeeper decided to reveal himself. It wasn't long before Shi Feng reached the shop's entrance. Immediately, several House of Seas members blocked Shi Feng's path. Brat, this store under the House of Seas control. Get lost, a level 43 shield warrior shouted. What if I don't? Shi Feng asked, smirking. Kid, do you want to die? You dare to challenge the House of Seas authority? The shield warrior bellowed. He then turned to the several level 30 players beside him, ordering, kill this kid. I want to see who would dare approach this shop after watching this one die. A level 30 Cursemancer revealed a tier 2 magic scroll and began to activate it. Immediately, a black magic array appeared behind the Cursemancer. 20 pitch-black blades then surfaced from the array and shot at Shi Feng. Although a tier 2 magic scroll was ineffective against great lords of the same level, it could kill current players, who had yet to reach tier 2, instantly. Unless the target used an invulnerability skill of some sort, there was no escaping death. Boom. 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 When the pitch-black blades collided with their target, the resulting impact threw dust and dirt into the air for several yards. The players wandering about the business district were stunned. What a fool. The level 43 shield warrior wore a contemptuous expression as he watched the cloud of dust and dirt. However, as soon as the shield warrior finished speaking, a familiar voice reached his ears. Are you sure about that? The shield warrior spun towards the voice's source. Before anyone had realized it, Shi Feng had moved behind the level 30 Cursemancer. His blue longsword, which emitted arcs of electricity, protruded through the Cursemancer's heart. Although the Cursemancer tried to speak, his HP had already fallen to 0. His head rolled to the side as his body collapsed to the ground. A pair of level 30 bronze boots dropped beside his corpse. Chapter 1257, Declaration of War. Impossible. The bystanders watching from afar were shocked when they saw the. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Even an agile assassin couldn't dodge so many of those pitch-black blades. Not only was Shi Feng unharmed, but he had also appeared behind the level 30 Cursemancer, killing the player instantly. It was unbelievable. This can't be real, right? Is he an NPC? The middle-aged man, who had warned Shi Feng, muttered. The House of Seas members surrounded Shi Feng while everyone recovered from their shock. Kid, you really do want to die. The level 43 shield warrior assumed Shi Feng must have used a skill to avoid the incoming spell, surprised by the swordsman's performance. He turned to the level 30 players beside him and said, "You four, attack together. I refuse to believe that this kid has any more skills to save himself." The 4 level 30s promptly took tier 2 magic scrolls from their bags and activated them. 2 of the 4 tier 2 spells were single-target spells, the others were AoEs. All 4 spells bombarded Shi Feng, leaving him no room to dodge. Let's see how you dodge these attacks, the shield warrior sneered. They had long since familiarized themselves with the rules of combat inside towns and cities. The system wouldn't deem an attacking player's spell channeling to be aggressive until it locked onto a specific target. If the target retaliated, attacking first, the system would deem them the aggressor. The target had to wait until the magic scroll locked on before counterattacking. Normally, players would have no choice but to dodge, block, or use a life-saving skill to protect themselves. Shi Feng had already used his life-saving skill. He would die, facing 4 magic scrolls, if he didn't have another. Want to run? I don't think so, Shi Feng said, smiling when he noticed the players around him slowly back away to avoid the incoming assault. These people were 10 years too early if they thought they could use the game's rules against him. He sheathed Killing Ray and leaned forward to grab the retreating players, pulling them to his position. The retreating crowd gathered around Shi Feng once more, forming a human shield. Damn it! He wants us to perish together. The level 43 shield warrior had never expected Shi Feng's strength to be so high. No matter how they struggled, Shi Feng still dragged them to his sides, using them as shields. It was already too late for them to dodge. They had no choice but to activate their life-saving skills to survive the incoming Tier 2 spells. Boom. 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 11 House of C's experts died as the series of explosions echoed throughout the district. All of the survivors' HP had dropped to critical levels. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Am I hallucinating? Friendly fire. The House of C's members had used a similar strategy to attack other experts that had tried to enter the grocery store. They would surround the disobedient expert before attacking with Tier 2 magic scrolls. They would back away quickly after launching the spells. The experts were utterly helpless as they died. Now the House of C's members hadn't retreated once the spells had been launched as if they had developed Alzheimer's. On the contrary, they had moved closer to the target. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had moved over a dozen yards away from his original position. He looked like a spectator, quietly observing the commotion. The Nightwalker's cape's effects really are impressive. As expected of a fragmented legendary item. Shi Feng gazed at the battered House of C's members with satisfaction. The increase to his physique, reaction speed, and starting speed had felt pleasant as he moved. Who are you? Why are you trying to go against the House of C's? The level 43 shield warrior had lost his previous arrogant demeanor. All that was left was solemnity and fear. With a threatening tone, he asked, "Are you not afraid of the House of C's hunting you down?" As an expert, he knew full well what had happened even if the spectators didn't. Shi Feng had actually managed to grab every one of them as they attempted to retreat, and drug them back to him. He had swiftly retreated a dozen yards away afterward. He had never even heard of this level of skill or reaction speed. He even wondered if it were something players could achieve. You're asking for my identity even after searching for me for so long? Shi Feng laughed. He had no intention of hiding his ownership of the grocery store. If someone used their brain, they'd know only a player would purchase runic fragments in bulk at a high price. It would hurt his development in Stormwind Town if he did not respond properly now that the House of C's had come all the way to cause trouble. So, you're the shopkeeper. Realization dawned on the shield warrior. That makes things easier. Our guild leader has stated that your shop may continue to purchase runic fragments in bulk. However, you must hand over 80% of your profits. Don't even think about running a shop in C's End in the future otherwise. Our House of C's will hunt you to the ends of God's domain. The fear on the shield warrior's face faded when he spoke of the guild leader's command, reverting to the prideful, confident expression he had before. It was as if the guild leader's command was a system rule, and no player could challenge it. None of the C's End players present doubted the validity of those boastful words no matter how laughable they seemed. The House of C's was one of C's End's overlords. It was the #1 ranking overlord. Even the mighty Freedom Alliance, not to mention the other powers at the C's End, had to show respect to the House of C's. The House of C's also possessed a shop in all 12 major cities in C's End. It was obvious just how powerful the guild was. The House of Seas could easily stop the players in Sea's End from entering a particular shop if it wanted to. The players in Stormwind Town proved this point. How was a shop going to buy or sell items if it didn't have any players visiting it? In other words, the shop was useless. Ha ha ha. Interesting. This is too interesting. Scorpion, who had been watching since the beginning, was ecstatic when he heard the Shield Warrior's words. The frustration from spending so much money on teleportation fees instantly vanished. Not only will you become the Sacred Temple's target, but you'll also be the House of Seas' target. I want to see how you're going to survive on your own strength in the future. The House of Seas' strength wasn't comparable to that of a super first-rate guild, but it was still a veteran first-rate guild. The House of Seas' current strength was extraordinary because it had focused its development in Sea's End and had the support of major corporations. Identical Summer had sought cooperation with the House of Seas for this same reason. If the House of Seas wanted to deal with Shifeng, the Sacred Temple would have a much easier time assassinating him. If he couldn't run a shop in any town or city in Sea's End, he would have to explore and do quests to procure weapons, equipment, and other resources. They would have plenty of chances to strike. The House of Seas really is ruthless to ask for 80% of the profits. Scorpion was curious about how Shifeng was going to respond. In his opinion, Shifeng would most likely give up on the shop altogether. At least he could avoid provoking the House of Seas that way. The likelihood of agreeing to the House Seas' demands was very low. It would be no different than working for the House of Seas for free if he gave them 80% of his profits. Is this all your guild leader has to say? Shifeng asked. That's right. You need to give a reply today. Otherwise, we'll take your silence as a refusal to our invitation, and a declaration to make the House of Seas your enemy, the Shield Warrior said proudly. You want a reply today? Shifeng smiled. All right, then. Go back and tell Tyrant Serpent that if he wants to play, I'll play with him until the end. Chapter 1258, Disturbance at Sea. Although Shifeng's tone had been casual, the entire business district had fallen silent when they heard his words. The spectating players stared at Shifeng with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. A lunatic. He's a lunatic. He actually dares to challenge the House of Seas by himself. Does he know what he just said? The bystanders started excitedly chatting about the situation. The House of Seas was one of Sea's End's overlords. Only a handful of powers in Sea's End were bold enough to provoke the organization, yet now, a lone player had declared war against this overload. This was the first time such an incident had occurred in Sea's End. Normally, the most they had heard was certain expert players killing an elite or expert member. Even so, such incidents became hot topics, independent players revering the player in question. Now that someone had openly declared war on the House of Seas, the various spectators commended him, even if it were just a boastful declaration. It was enough to shock players throughout Sea's End. Meanwhile, news of this matter quickly spread to Sea's End's official forums. Mysterious expert openly declares war on the House of Seas. The instant this post published, it sent waves throughout Sea's End. Does this guy want to die? Or does he plan to delete his account and start a new one? After receiving such a challenge, the House of Seas will never live this down if they don't kill that player back to level 0. I heard that the House of Seas is trying to take 80% of that player's profits. Anybody in their position would retaliate. He's still a fool. The House of Seas has plenty of members and influence. They even have ways of hunting down assassin players. Since he's just a swordsman, he will have a hard time going out to level up from now on. That shouldn't be the case. The player has hidden his identity and appearance. Causing trouble for him won't be so easy. What do you know? Don't you know that the various large guilds have tracking experts? There are also a few tracking tools available. Not even wearing a black cloak will help this guy. After all, the black cloak can only hide a person's basic information and appearance. It can't hide a person's figure and class. With how many members the House of Seas has, they can easily send a few assassins to keep an eye on him. This guy is simply too amazing. Even if he dies back to level 0, his achievement will be recorded in God's domain's history. None of the players on the official forums had an optimistic view of Shifeng's foolish actions. However, they were happy to see such an incident. At the very least, the event would spark conversations during their daily visits to the bar. Meanwhile, back in Stormwind Town's business district, the several surviving members of the House of Seas were dazed for a long moment upon hearing Shifeng's reply. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. What a joke! They were the House of Seas, one of Seas End's overlords. Only a handful of superpowers in Seas End would dare to declare war against them. Even if they wanted to, they'd have to spend a long time considering the consequences before making a decision. They would avoid war unless it was absolutely necessary. Yet, now, the proprietor of a measly grocery store had declared war on the House of Seas. This was simply a mockery. "This is your reply," the level 43 shield warrior asked in a chilling tone. "That's right. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will be the same. If you want a war, then let's do it," Shifeng said nonchalantly. While the House of Seas possessed an extraordinary background, unfortunately, Seas End was simply too far away from Starmoon Kingdom. Even if his identity were exposed, Shifeng would not be afraid to declare war. Moreover, he needed to rely on the sea god's blessing as a long-term source of income. He also planned to stock some of the potions for the guild. Hence, he intended to purchase runic fragments long-term. If the House of Seas were just a business competitor, he wouldn't mind a fair competition. However, since the House of Seas dared to hinder his path to riches, he did not mind giving them a broken nose. "You have a death wish." The level 43 shield warrior revealed a sinister expression. He then waved his hand. Immediately, 200 players suddenly surged onto the street. These players all wore the House of Seas guild emblem, and they were all level 41 and above. Quite a few had even reached level 43. The most inferior equipment they wore was level 40 fine gold rank, while quite a few had 4 or 5 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. Every one of these players radiated killing intent. They were clearly one of the House of Seas expert teams. Without paying heed to the NPC guards that had already reached the business district, they formed a tight circle around Shifeng. Unlike the House of Seas members that had blocked off the grocery store's entrance, these experts had originally been leveling and questing around Stormwind Town. They were not originally tasked to deal with Shifeng. Only, after Shifeng's declaration of war, they had no choice but to take action. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who watched from afar, was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha. Now that this concerns the guild's reputation, the House of Seas won't let you get away even if they have to sacrifice their expert team." Scorpion was thrilled as he watched at Shifeng. Immediately, he contacted Uncle Lee and said, "Uncle Lee, I've found an opportunity to strike. The target is currently in Stormwind Town's business district and is surrounded by the House of Seas expert team. If Uncle Lee's party tried to assassinate Shifeng normally, the battle would likely drag on. If the fight drug on for too long and the NPC guards arrived, killing Shifeng would become even more difficult. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to escape, perishing alongside Shifeng. Although they might have achieved their objective, their side would similarly suffer heavy losses. This was not a trade they were willing to make. After all, they were at least peak experts, not ordinary experts. Even if they had to die, at the very least, they had to make it worth it, trading one life for another rather than an entire party for one unknown player. Now, with the House of Seas members serving as a shield, not only would they distract the NPC guards, but they could also help expose Shifeng's weakness, giving Uncle Lee and the others an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. No need to tell me. I've already seen the video on the forums. We're making our way there right now. If you see an opportunity and are confident, don't wait for us to take action, Uncle Lee instructed. Uncle Li, rest assured. That brat has made me waste over 100 gold. If I get a chance, I will take his life, Scorpion said. So far, he had toured the continent of God's domain with Shi Feng 4 times. To continue his mission, he had even been forced to borrow over 100 gold from 100 Leaves. If he could not complete his mission, he would be saddled with debts. How could he possibly miss a chance to kill Shi Feng? Despite Shi Feng being a peak expert, against 200 experts from the House of Seas, he would undoubtedly lose his life. And in the event that he survived, he'd be forced to flee. As for the swordsman's powerful AoE skills, he couldn't use them easily inside the town. If he accidentally attacked any bystanders, the NPC guards would pounce. When the battle began, Shi Feng would definitely be forced to exercise caution, preventing him from using many of his skills. Even a domain expert would expose gaps in their defense. As Scorpion contemplated the situation, the 200 House of Seas experts were finally in position. 3 level 43 shield warriors at the forefront immediately activated charge, rushing at him from 3 directions and giving Shi Feng no room to dodge. Chapter 1259, First Strike. Melees, distract him. Ranged players, get ready to attack, the black-clad ranger leading the House of Seas expert team commanded as he glared at Shi Feng, who remained motionless. Use a magic array to suppress the NPC guards. Do not give him any chances to escape. Almost immediately after the ranger issued the command, a golden magic array appeared in the business district. 36 magical class players maintained the array, and it instantly enveloped the 10 or so NPC guards that had been making their way towards the battle. Like a steel wall, the golden barrier only trembled slightly when the NPC guards attacked it. The barrier showed no signs of cracking. Seeing this, the spectating players revealed solemn expressions. While they were shocked by the magic array's performance, they were even more afraid of the House of Seas' capabilities. The NPC guards in Stormwind Town were all level 120. To players like them, these NPCs were invincible. A single hit was all these NPCs needed to finish them off. These NPCs also safeguarded independent players like themselves. It was because of this that they dared to relax and rest in Stormwind Town. Yet, now, a single magic array had trapped these invincible NPCs. They suddenly realized how easily the House of Seas could deal with independent players. Is this the House of Seas' true strength? They are actually capable of taking out a magic array that can suppress the NPC guards' movements. What a powerful magic array. Even if that guy tries to buy time, he won't last long enough for the guards to save him. Seeing the trapped NPC guards, everyone became even more afraid of the House of Seas. Many inwardly celebrated the fact that hadn't made an enemy of the House of Seas. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who had stealthily approached the center of the battlefield, was similarly shocked. He hadn't expected the House of Seas to possess such a powerful foundation. However, the magic array also overjoyed Scorpion. Without the NPC guards, killing Shi Feng and getting away safely would be even easier. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, 3 level 43 shield warriors charged towards Shi Feng from 3 different directions. As Scorpion watched the 3 shield warriors, he assumed Shi Feng would counter or dodge the attack, but contrary to his expectation, Shi Feng didn't move. However, when the shield warriors were only 8 yards away, starlight suddenly glittered around Shi Feng. Peng! 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 3 crisp clangs resounded. Immediately, the 3 level 43 shield warriors flew backward, their bodies slamming into the ground. Their HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye as well, only stopping after reaching the halfway point. What did he do? The players observing the battle from a distance were stunned. None of them could comprehend what had just occurred. In the next moment, several streaks of blue light spread out from Shi Feng's body, striking the 3 shield warriors and sending them flying again, critically injuring them. Just how much strength does he possess? Scorpion, who waited for an opportunity to strike, could not help his astonishment. Others might not have seen what had just happened, but he, as a peak expert, barely perceived what Shifeng had done. Just as the three shield warriors were about to close in on Shifeng, the latter had brandished his two swords. Without activating any berserk skills, Shifeng had sent each of the shield warriors flying with a single hit. Ordinary players wouldn't necessarily understand what this meant, but Scorpion, who had experienced many battles, understood. Shifeng's strength was already on par with a level 45 Great Lord. Although he had already known that Shifeng possessed frightening attributes after watching the man's previous battles, he never imagined that it would be this high. Just who is he? Fear flashed in Scorpion's eyes as he looked at Shifeng. He no longer believed that he was capable of killing the swordsman on his own. If Shifeng were only a player that possessed the strength of a level 45 Great Lord, he might not fear the swordsman this much, but Shifeng also had the combat standards of a peak expert. It would not be a trivial matter overcoming the combined factors. Such a high strength attribute. The black-clad ranger leading the House of C's team was also surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a swordsman capable of sending a shield warrior flying. After repelling the first attack, Shifeng did not hurry to launch a counterattack. Instead, he silently evaluated his current strength. After all, he had recently donned the Nightwalker's cape. He still did not have a concrete idea of how much he had improved. Only through actual combat would he understand his current capabilities. A normal attack is now enough to throw a level 43 shield warrior wearing top-tier equipment 15 yards. My strength should roughly be at the same level as a level 45 Great Lord. In the case of level 50 monsters, I should be at the standard of a High Lord. As expected, the Nightwalker's cape really is frightening. Shifeng was astonished. He hadn't expected his strength to rise by so much. Before equipping the Nightwalker's cape, his strength had only been on par with a level 50 Lord. Although there was only one rank between a Lord and a High Lord, level 50 was a major turning point for monsters. A level 50 Lord was significantly stronger than a level 49 Lord. Normally, only level 50, Tier 2 Berserkers wearing full sets of level 50 Dark Gold equipment could rival a level 50 Lord's strength. The only reason he achieved a similar result was the Heavenly Dragon's breath and the numerous epic weapons and equipment he possessed. Hence, it was truly inconceivable that he possessed the strength of a level 50 High Lord without activating a berserk skill. Fragmented legendary items are truly amazing. Just by equipping two, I have grown so much stronger. It really makes one wonder how terrifying those fellows with a legendary item and numerous fragmented legendary items were. Shifeng sighed ruefully as this thought ran through his mind. If his strength is so high, he must have activated a berserk skill. But why don't I see any signs of one? The black-clad ranger was confused as he stared at Shifeng. However, he quickly shook the thought from his mind. Forget it. Even if he has ridiculously high strength, at the end of the day, he is still only one player. He can't fend off our attacks too many times. The second MT group, advance. Coordinate your movements with the first group to pin him down. Activate all of your life-saving skills and berserk skills. Healers, focus everything you have on them. Ranged players, start attacking. I want to see just how long he can last. Immediately, 3 Guardian Knights stepped forward. Joining the 3 Shield Warriors, all 6 MTs activated their berserk skills and life-saving skills as they executed a joint attack from multiple directions. Simultaneously, the dozens of ranged players standing in the distance launched their attacks, blotting out the sky with spells and arrows. Now that I've completed my initial evaluation, it's about time to this battle. Shifeng glanced at the 6 MTs, whose HPs exceeded 50,000, as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Immediately, his strength rose by 150%, HP by 500%, and defense by 300%. He then took a step forward and vanished. Where did he go? The black-clad ranger looked around. However, despite his efforts, he failed to find any traces of Shifeng. The rest of the players wore similarly blank expressions as they wondered how a living, breathing human had disappeared without a trace. As the crowd searched for Shifeng, the 6 MTs suddenly collapsed, numerous bloody roses blooming across their bodies. How? The black-clad ranger was flabbergasted when he saw Shifeng reappear and the MTs collapse. His mind failed to process what had just happened. Just what did he do? Chapter 1260, Key to the Abyss. While everyone struggled with their confusion, Shifeng advanced and dashed for the attacking ranged players. Don't stop attacking him. Absolutely do not let him approach, the black-clad ranger shouted. He then retrieved the longbow from his back and pulled it into a full moon, firing a series of 5 arrows at Shifeng. The other ranged players continued to fire various spells and arrows. Although they had clustered their attacks, Shifeng continued forward while executing Sword's Orbit to defend himself. Not only had he avoided every attack, but he had also swiftly arrived before a group of magical class players. Suddenly, a blue flash escaped Shifeng's right hand. 2 elementalists, each with nearly 20,000 HP, collapsed instantly. Following which, Shifeng took another step forward and appeared before a Cursemancer. He struck again. In such a way, the House of C's member fell, one after another. Not even one lasted a brief moment against Shifeng. The swordsman dodged or blocked every attack against him. Despite the enemy's control skills, due to the aura of space, they failed to slow Shifeng down. At this point, the House of C's looked like a joke. Despite watching one ally collapse after another, the House of C's members were utterly helpless. How can this be possible? The level 43 shield warrior, who led the initial 20-man team, was stunned. He had expected Shifeng to die, yet against a single player, the House of C's experts were powerless. The shield warrior even wondered if Shifeng was, in fact, a player. Compared to the House of C's members, the surrounding spectators were truly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. The House of C's was one of C's overlords. Not only did the guild have plenty of experts, but many of these experts were ridiculously strong, any one of them could easily slaughter the crowd. Yet, in front of Shifeng, these experts were little more than balloons. With a single poke from Shifeng's blades, these experts popped. Sure enough, it is too much to ask the House of C's to defeat him. Scorpion could not help but sigh and shake his head as he watched the House of C's members die. The gap in attributes between both sides was simply too vast. One needed more than numbers to bridge this gap. Shifeng fought like a humanoid great lord. Moreover, he was a great lord that had reached the void realm. With his sharp senses, Shifeng could easily predict the movements of those around him and counter in time. In contrast, none of the players surrounding Shifeng could cope with his attacks. In this battle, the House of C's members basically faced a great lord of the same level that could prevent them from blocking, dodging, or parrying. All they could do was throw their lives away. Among those present, who could possibly receive a direct attack from a great lord of the same level and live to tell the tale? Furthermore, Shifeng had activated his berserk skill. Scorpion was relieved that he hadn't joined the fray earlier. Otherwise, he really would have pointlessly thrown his life away as well. In a short moment, the House of C's expert team had lost over 30 members. Against Shifeng's relentless momentum, some of the House of C's members had lost their courage, losing strength as they slumped to the ground, paralyzed. The difference between their strength and their opponents had taught them the meaning of despair. How can such a player exist? The black-clad ranger wore an ugly expression. His was an expert team from the House of C's. Even against a Grand Lord, they would not end up in such a miserable state. Moreover, their guild's prestige was on the line. If they allowed Shifeng to have his way today, the House of C's influence in C's End would plummet. The ranger even regretted coming to Stormwind Town. Had he gone elsewhere, he wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. With things as they are now, I can't hold anything back. As the black-clad ranger watched Shi Feng massacre his allies, he reluctantly took an ancient, gray scroll from his bag. He then unfurled it and began to chant the activation incantation. This magic scroll contained a Tier 3 curse, which he had saved for an important quest in the future. The curse was called Heaven's Punishment Blade. It was even capable of severely injuring mythic monsters. Even with invulnerability, the curse could not be avoided. The curse also dealt physical and magical damage. Die, the ranger shouted as he activated Heaven's Punishment Blade. Immediately, a pitch-black magic array formed above Shi Feng. A massive, pitch-black sword gradually emerged, exuding a peerless aura. Heaven's Punishment Blade? Shi Feng's expression darkened when he saw the pitch-black sword in the sky. The Heaven's Punishment Blade was a famous spell in God's domain because it could penetrate invulnerability. It was a super-rare scroll specifically used to kill abyssal guards. As the name suggested, abyssal guards defended the abyss passages. If outsiders opened a passage to the abyss and tried to enter, they would encounter the abyssal guards. Not only were the abyssal guards extremely strong, but when their HP fell to a critical level, they also became invulnerable. If one could not remove their invulnerability, they wouldn't have any hope of defeating these monsters. Hence, Heaven's Punishment Blade had become the key to the abyss. The curse was the equivalent of an entry ticket to the abyss. The abyss had a harsh environment and very few resources. However, while the abyss lacked most resources, 2 items could be found in abundance. The first was the 7 Luminaries crystal. It was an item that any guild or major corporation that invested in God's domain sought desperately. The second item was the magic crystal. However, due to the violent mana ever present in the abyss, one could not just obtain magic crystals from the abyss. Instead, one had to obtain demonic stones, which were common, and refine them with alchemy. After refining demonic stones, one could obtain magic crystals and other precious byproducts. Countless guilds had tried to enter the abyss because of these 2 items. Shi Feng had never expected the black-clad ranger to be insane enough to expend such a precious tool just to kill him. Very quickly, the pitch-black sword finished taking form. Without any flare, it descended on Shi Feng, leaving no opportunities to avoid it. Shi Feng could only receive the attack. Without hesitation, Shi Feng activated the Nightwalker's Cape's Void Shield. A protective barrier instantly formed around Shi Feng's body. At the same time, Shi Feng met Heaven's Punishment Blade with a counterattack. Boom! An explosion shook the business district as a deep crater formed under Shi Feng's feet. What kind of spell is that? The impact created such a massive hole in the ground. Even Tier 4 spells shouldn't be that powerful. The House of Seas used a Tier 3 curse on a single player. They are shameless. In the end, it seems that even a monster-like player can't survive against the House of Seas. The crowd involuntarily gasped and they saw the crater in the middle of the business district. Although Shi Feng had lost, he had lost with dignity. After all, he had forced the House of Seas to use such a powerful trump card. If not for the Heaven's Punishment Blade, the House of Seas would have been powerless against Shi Feng. As everyone believed the battle to be over and the House of Seas members released sighs of relief. They suddenly saw a familiar figure standing before the black-clad ranger. How are you still alive? The black-clad ranger stuttered, blood draining from his face as he gaped at Shi Feng, who looked a little worse for wear. The Heaven's Punishment Blade could even rival a Tier 4 spell. Even mythic monsters would suffer heavy injuries, not to mention a Tier 1 player. Logically, Shi Feng shouldn't have survived. However, what the black-clad ranger did not know was that, due to Heavenly Dragon's power, Shi Feng's maximum HP had risen to over 200,000. Meanwhile, Void Shield created a barrier that had 10 times his maximum HP. Factoring in his defense and magic resistance, Shifeng survived Heaven's Punishment Blade with a little over 60,000 HP remaining. He had very nearly died. However, Shifeng did not offer the ranger an explanation as he swung Killing Ray. Although the ranger tried to defend himself with his bow, Shifeng adjusted Killing Ray's trajectory mid-swing, as if he had expected the ranger to defend himself, avoiding the bow, piercing the ranger's heart, and eliminating the player's HP. When the black-clad ranger, who had commanded the team, died, the House of C's members' spirits finally broke, and they scattered. Shifeng didn't bother to chase down these players. After all, the NPC guards would hunt down anyone that had attacked him. If he attacked those that hadn't attacked him, the guards would hunt him instead. Chasing these players down was no longer important. As Shifeng looked for a place to sit and recover, he discovered that he couldn't remove any items from his bag. He couldn't access any of his skills, either. Suddenly, a silent figure appeared behind Shifeng. Even with Shifeng's sharp senses, he failed to detect the figure's arrival. It was as if this figure had melded with the environment. After the figure appeared, a silvery white dagger thrust into the back of Shifeng's head, moving with incredible speed. "Young lad, you really are something. You are the first person I've found that's so difficult to sneak up on." Chapter 1261, Expert Companion. Although Shifeng had sensed someone behind him, everything had happened too quickly. He couldn't use any of his skills or tools, and it was too late to turn around and defend himself. Instinctively, Shifeng bent his knees and leaped forward in an attempt to avoid the swiftly approaching dagger. However, no matter how hard Shifeng tried to avoid it, the weapon tracked his movements. In the end, he could only watch as the dagger closed in. Why is a domain realm expert here? After attempting to dodge, Shifeng realized that his attacker was an extraordinary expert. The discovery shocked him. If his opponent were merely a void realm expert like himself, even without his skills, he could avoid the sneak attack. However, his opponent could predict his movements and force him into a corner. It wasn't the dagger itself that was so fast. Rather, it was his enemy's reaction speed. Shifeng had encountered a similar situation against Ouroboros's soaring snake. Due to his innate talent, soaring snake's reaction speed was far beyond ordinary people. Meanwhile, Shifeng's current attacker was twice as fast as soaring snake. Based on Shifeng's understanding, only mysterious domain realm experts had such fast reaction speed. When the silver dagger struck, Shifeng's vision darkened as he fell into a fainted state. This move was none other than the assassin class's ambush skill. It could force its target into a fainted state for 2 to 4 seconds. Immediately after, another dagger bit into Shifeng's back. Backstab. Minus 10,249. What a tough nut. Uncle Lee was slightly surprised when he saw the damage above Shifeng's head. Both of his daggers were epic weapons. He had already activated his berserk skill as well. Even against a shield warrior or guardian knight with high defense, his backstab could easily deal over minus 20,000 damage, yet this attack had dealt a little over minus 10,000 damage to the swordsman before him. A short distance away, 5 cloaked players watched the fight. No matter how many times I see Uncle Lee's Vanishing Cloud or Agile Thunder God, they both feel so awe-inspiring, the cloaked ranger named Hungry Ghost said, sighing ruefully. That's to be expected. They are Uncle Lee's trademark moves. They might not seem special, but even domain realm experts can't sense Uncle Lee's presence when he uses Stealth and Vanishing Cloud. As for Agile Thunder God, the secret technique is exclusive to Uncle Lee. With that technique, he can launch instinctive attacks without having to process his enemy's actions on a conscious level, resulting in an inhuman reaction speed. How else do you think Uncle Lee became the guild's #1 assassination expert? A petite elementalist explained as she excitedly watched Uncle Lee work. Countless experts dreamed of grasping Agile Thunder God. Unfortunately, even now, Uncle Lee was the only player throughout the sacred temple that had learned the technique. Despite Uncle Lee's vigorous training, none of the guild's geniuses had learned it. The berserker wielding an aqua-blue spear said, "Ghost, it's about time to make your move. We don't have much time left. Relax, Frostbite. That guy won't be able to move for at least 2 seconds. I can kill him twice with that much time." Hungry Ghost nodded, chuckling. Following which, he retrieved 4 black arrows from his bag, aiming for Shifeng and firing. With this, our mission is complete. Yet another explosion shook the district as the black arrows broke the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, the black arrows crossed the distance of 30 yards and reached their target. Hungry Ghost had aimed for Shifeng's blind spots. Even if the swordsman could move, he couldn't avoid these 4 arrows. "It's finally over," Scorpion, who was in stealth, said, chuckling. Although he was disappointed that he did not get to finish Shifeng off personally, witnessing Uncle Lee's attack made the time he spent tracking Shifeng worthwhile. Uncle Lee retreated to the side and took a silver magic scroll from his bag. This was the rapid teleportation scroll that only peak dark players could obtain. Unlike return scrolls, which had a 10-second activation time, the rapid teleportation scroll only required 2 seconds. Moreover, the activation process could not be disrupted. At the same time, the scroll would form a magic barrier around the user that could both protect the user and prevent NPCs from sensing them. Right now, he needed to retrieve the items Shifeng would drop on death and leave Stormwind Town as fast as he could. As the 4 black arrows were about to slam into Shifeng, however, a black figure appeared before him. This figure had taken the hits. Surprisingly, the black arrows hadn't killed the figure instantly. Instead, they vanished upon coming into contact with them. This black figure was none other than the cloaked fire dance. Even before Shifeng had picked a fight with the House of Seas, he had asked Fire Dance to return to Stormwind Town. He had instructed her to watch from stealth as he tested the Nightwalker's cape's effects. Moreover, he didn't want others to know that anyone else was related to the grocery store unless absolutely necessary. Only, he hadn't been expected to be ambushed by a domain realm expert. What? He has an assassin companion? Scorpion, who was in stealth, could not help his surprise. While the black arrows were frightening, assassins possessed wind steps and vanish. Both skills provided momentary invulnerability. No matter what kind of attacks they faced, they would not receive any damage during the invulnerability period. The assassin had used those 2 exact skills to protect Shifeng from the black arrows. Damn that Scorpion! What has he been doing all this time? Hungry Ghost cursed. Didn't he say the target has been alone? Now that this assassin had disrupted their plans, it would become significantly harder to assassinate Shifeng in the future. Uncle Lee, who stood a short distance away from Shifeng, remained extremely calm despite the unexpected development. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, his daggers ready to end Shifeng. Although they had to change their plan, it did not change the fact that Shifeng was still in a fainted state and unable to move. Even without the black arrows, he had other means of taking Shifeng's life. After all, Shifeng only had around a quarter of his HP remaining. The black arrows were only overkill. Meanwhile, Hungry Ghost and the others regained their composure and assaulted Shifeng from all directions. Although Shifeng now had an assassin protector, the assassin class specialized in single targets. Against so many attackers at once, she couldn't protect the swordsman. However, as Uncle Lee and his teammate were about to reach Shifeng, 5 more figures appeared around him. Why does he have so many companions? Hungry Ghost and the others were stunned. 6 players now surrounded Shifeng, a full party. At this point, Scorpion's surveillance was a joke. What Hungry Ghost and the others did not know was that this was one of Thousand Transformations' additional skills, Phantom. It allowed Fire Dance to create 5 copies of herself. However, Fire Dance had not activated Phantom to shock her opponents. She used the skill to cope with so many enemies. Phantom allowed her to switch places with any of her doppelgangers without a cooldown. Even without moving, Fire Dance could protect her guild leader from any direction. Moreover, thanks to illusory power and thousand transformations itself, Fire Dance's strength was only inferior to Shi Feng's. Dang! 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 Following which, Fire Dance easily blocked the incoming arrows and spells. Against Uncle Li's lightning-quick assassinate, Fire Dance countered with her fragmented legendary short sword. Peng! On her own, Fire Dance should not be capable of blocking Uncle Li's assassinate, which he empowered with Agile Thunder God. However, thanks to Thousand Transformations' hidden effect, she parried the attack in time. Fire Dance had only been forced to retreat by half a step even after receiving the attack. In contrast, Uncle Li had been forced 2 steps back, his HP falling by over 200. Chapter 1262, Fire Dance's Sword. She blocked it. Hungry Ghost and the others were momentarily stunned. Not only had Shi Feng's companions blocked all of their attacks, but one of his companions had even parried Uncle Li's assassinate. Even Domain Realm experts had a hard time against Agile Thunder God. After all, not only did the technique massively increase attack speed, but it also prevented the opponent from predicting the attack's trajectory. The technique was impossible to react to. Throughout the sacred temple, there were only a handful of people that could block Uncle Li's Agile Thunder God. Moreover, that was only if their mental clarity were at its peak, yet this assassin had blocked the old man's attack effortlessly. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Just who are these people? Scorpion was flabbergasted as he watched from a safe distance. It wouldn't have been terribly surprising to see an expert like Shi Feng in Sea's End, but he had been joined by an expert capable of blocking Uncle Li's attacks. No one would believe that these two weren't backed by some superpower. After all, experts of such standards were rare even in super guilds. Meanwhile, Fire Dance focused on Uncle Li, who stood before her, her mind clear like never before. Her instincts constantly warned her that, against this expert, the slightest slip-up would cost her life. If not for Thousand Transformations' hidden effect, she would have fallen prey to Uncle Li's assassinate. Interesting. Although Uncle Li was slightly surprised that Fire Dance had blocked his attack, his resolution to kill Shi Feng had not wavered in the slightest. Immediately, Uncle Li used shadow steps and appeared behind Shi Feng, his dagger aiming for the swordsman's kidneys. Because he didn't use any skills this time, he could attack with both daggers simultaneously. With this, he drastically reduced the likelihood of Fire Dance blocking the attacks. Despicable. Although Fire Dance knew that Uncle Li had used shadow steps, she reacted a moment too late. By the time she switched places with one of the doppelgangers and arrived behind Shi Feng, neither her superior attributes nor her speed could help her block the attacks. With no other choice, Fire Dance twirled the dagger in her left hand and slashed downwards, activating one of the Petrified Thorns skill. Petrification Domain. Immediately, all enemies within 50 yards were dealt 500% weapon damage and had their movement speed reduced by 50%. At the same time, Fire Dance's attributes rose based on the number of targets the domain had affected. However, as if Uncle Li had been prepared for this, he used wind steps, becoming momentarily invulnerable and negating Petrification Domain's damage. Meanwhile, his 2 daggers struck Shi Feng. -2718. -2259. To Shi Feng, who still had over 50,000 HP remaining, those 2 attacks only took around 10% of his HP. Sure enough, normal attacks are not enough to kill him. Uncle Li frowned, frustrated with Shi Feng's defense and HP. As Uncle Li was about to use the 5-star eviscerate he had accumulated, Fire Dance, who was faster, slashed Thousand Transformations at the man. Although Uncle Li sensed the attack coming, he didn't want to waste a skill to block it. Quickly adjusting his footwork, he tilted his body slightly to dodge the incoming short sword. However, Uncle Li's expression changed when Fire Dance swung her blade, multiple afterimages appearing around Thousand Transformations. How? Uncle Li may have been surprised, but he was a domain realm expert. With the help of Agile Thunder God, he defended himself instinctively. Dang! A clang pierced the air when Uncle Lee's daggers collided with 1,000 transformations. Meanwhile, Uncle Lee was forced to retreat by 3 steps, a damage of over -500 appearing above his head. After landing the first strike, Fire Dance brandished 1,000 transformations once more, giving Uncle Lee no time to react. Although Fire Dance's reaction speed was slower than the old man's, she had an absolute advantage when it came to attack speed. Against countless sword lights, even Uncle Lee had to be careful. As a result, Fire Dance forced him back farther. Uncle Lee tried his best to counterattack, brandishing both daggers simultaneously, but Fire Dance simply responded by swinging 1,000 transformations. Innumerable sword lights flickered around the combatants, blocking the daggers again. The resulting impact forced Uncle Lee to retreat. Impossible! Hungry Ghost and the others, who were about to launch another wave of attacks, were stunned. To them, Uncle Lee was an unparalleled expert, yet that expert was at a disadvantage against Fire Dance. If news of this reached the sacred temple, it would cause an uproar in the guild. While Fire Dance and Uncle Lee clashed, Shi Feng finally recovered from his fainted state. Seeing Shi Feng regain consciousness, Uncle Lee knew that it was no longer possible to kill the man. He abruptly retreated to a distance before turning to Fire Dance, saying, "Little Missy, you really are astounding. Despite having not obtained a domain, not only did you block my attacks, but you also suppressed me completely. Among the many non-domain realm experts I've fought thus far, you rank 3rd. Might I ask if you are interested in joining us? If you do, I promise that you'll become one of the best assassins in God's domain. You'll reach heights that you haven't even imagined yet." Fire Dance was taken aback by Uncle Lee's sudden offer. She could not figure out what the man before her was thinking. They were currently engaged in a battle, yet the latter had extended a recruitment offer. Hungry Ghost and the others also heard Uncle Lee's offer. Their jaws dropped, and they stared at Fire Dance with envy and admiration. Uncle Lee was a domain realm expert. He was also the Sacred Temple's #1 expert. His evaluations were harsh. He only ever praised the guild's geniuses for their potential, yet he had just claimed that Fire Dance could become one of the best assassins in the game. Not even the Sacred Temple's top genius had enjoyed such praise. One could see just how much Fire Dance had impressed Uncle Lee. "Forget it. I will never join you." Fire Dance rejected Uncle Lee's offer without hesitation. "I doubt that I'll become God's domain's #1 assassin by joining your measly guild." Fire Dance's words instantly infuriated and frustrated Hungry Ghost and his companions. They sorely wished they could take the woman's place. They were talking about an offer for exclusive training under Uncle Lee. The Sacred Temple's geniuses hungered for such an opportunity, yet Fire Dance treated the offer as if it were an insult. "All right. If you change your mind, you can contact me with this. We will welcome you at any time." Uncle Lee could not help but sigh at Fire Dance's reply. He tossed her a communication scroll before turning to leave, vanishing. The communication scroll was a common tool in God's domain. Even if without being friends, they could communicate through the scroll. Only, it needed to be bound to someone first, then the wielder could contact the initial owner at any time. The scroll was mostly intended for players that wished to hide their identities. In Uncle Lee's opinion, Fire Dance was still too young. She had only replied in such a way because she had yet to understand just how powerful the experts at the top of the world were. Only after Fire Dance had fought those experts would she learn how vast this world truly was. At that time, she would seek him out. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Shi Feng had recovered, Hungry Ghost and his team used their rapid teleportation scrolls and left Stormwind Town. Sea's End, Dark City Yasland. After using the rapid teleportation scroll, Hungry Ghost and the others arrived in Yasland, a lawless city. Even if one killed other players inside this city, the NPC guards paid no attention to the crime. The only reason these NPC patrols existed was to defend the city itself from those who sought to harm it. Uncle Lee, the target is stronger than we expected. Moreover, he has companions following him in secret. Should we ask for the Punishment Legion's help during our next attempt? We'll have a greater chance of eliminating the target, Hungry Ghost asked Uncle Lee, who had just teleported into the city. The Punishment Legion was the Sacred Temple's Assassination Legion. The Legion had specifically been formed to deal with other superpowers' key figures. Although the Legion's members were weaker than their party members individually, they had the advantage of numbers. They also had gear that gave them an advantage against other players. No need. We're giving up on this mission, Uncle Lee said, shaking his head. As for the guild leader and 100 Leaves, I'll explain the situation to them personally. You guys can go level up and upgrade your gear for now. Chapter 1263, Becoming Famous at Sea. The Reef Sea, famed for its coral reefs, pearls, and other precious materials, was a level 40 to level 55 high-resource map. A short distance away from Reef Island, dozens of speedboats attacked a massive, level 53 sea monster. Unlike normal sea monsters, this was a boss, a chieftain-rank sea monster. It was also one of Reef Sea's overlords. Right now, this overlord had very little HP remaining. Its HP is at 20%. Advanced speedboats, back away. Let the bronze speedboats tank it. 100 Leaves commanded through the team chat. After the Freedom Alliance redistributed the leveling maps, the 8th Fleet's members traveled to the Reef Sea and Echo Canyon to level. The first thing they needed to do was kill the map's field bosses. The first reason was to guarantee their ship's safety when exploring these maps, allowing their members easy access to towns and leveling spots. The second reason was to obtain the weapons and equipment these bosses dropped. Each map had a limited number of field bosses. Once these bosses were killed, they could take anywhere from 1 to 3 days to respawn. Each time players killed these bosses, they dropped fewer top-tier weapons and equipment when they respawned. Hence, when the area's major powers discovered a field boss, they swarmed to kill it immediately. This was also why conflict was so common in leveling maps. As independent players passed, they watched the 8th Fleet with shock and envy. The Freedom Alliance's 8th Fleet is so strong. They're actually challenging a 9-claw squid so soon after arriving. Even the Freedom Alliance's 2nd Fleet never dared to challenge this boss. Haven't you heard? There's been a huge shift in the Freedom Alliance's ranks. The 8th Fleet currently ranks the 2nd strongest. As for the 2nd Fleet, it's ranked 10th. We really got lucky this time. If they kill the 9-claw squid, it'll be easier to get to Reef Island. The passing players chatted as they watched the battle. Not only was the 9-claw squid one of Reef Sea's overlords, but it was also Reef Island's gatekeeper. Reef Island was a valuable location due to its ancient ruins. One could obtain plenty of treasures and top-tier items in those ruins. However, players had to get past the 9-claw squid before they could reach Reef Island. Some time later, the 9-claw squid shrieked as its body slammed into the water. A large number of items then dropped around its body. The spectators drooled when they saw the loot. As this was the first time the 9-claw squid had been killed, it had dropped plenty of items. They could count at least 50 in total. Moreover, every item was top tier. If put up for auction, the items would easily sell for large sums. Of course, the 8th Fleet had also paid a considerable price for these items. In total, they had lost 3 advanced speedboats and 11 ordinary speedboats. The fleet's bronze speedboats also received varying amounts of damage. The repairs would be costly. Repairing ships was far more expensive than repairing weapons and equipment. Even an ordinary speedboat with half of its durability would cost around 2 or 3 gold to repair. Advanced speedboats could cost anywhere from 10 to 20 gold. Needless to say, bronze speedboats were even more expensive. Moreover, advanced shipwright. Someone collect the loot. Everyone else, rest up. We'll dock on Reef Island soon, 100 Leaves instructed. She then noticed the communication request from Uncle Lee, revealing an excited expression. She accepted the call and asked, "Uncle Lee, have you dealt with the issue?" As far as she was concerned, once she dispatched Uncle Lee's party, Shifeng had no hope of survival. Uncle Lee must have contacted her to report his success. No. The assassination failed, Uncle Lee said, shaking his head. Failed? 100 Leaves was momentarily stunned. Quickly, she reacted and asked, "Is he that strong?" Uncle Lee was the Sacred Temple's #1 assassination expert. Both Vanishing Cloud and Agile Thunder God were advanced techniques that even Domain Realm experts struggled to learn. Agile Thunder God, in particular, allowed one to become practically invincible in melee combat, giving the player the upper hand in every exchange. That's not the case. When we attacked, his companions showed up to protect him. When Uncle Lee thought about Fire Dance, he was disappointed that he couldn't recruit the woman. "Uncle Lee, whatever you need for the next assassination attempt, just ask. I can even hire other assassination experts to help you." After hearing about Shifeng's companions, 100 Leaves had a rough guess as to what had happened. Usually, assassination attempts were carefully planned. An unexpected factor would significantly decrease the chances of success. Unfortunately, now that the first attempt had failed, Shifeng would be on guard, making it even more difficult to kill the swordsman. "I've already discussed this with the guild leader, and we have agreed to give up this mission for the moment," Uncle Lee said. "Give up? Why?" 100 Leaves demanded. "The target and his companions are all extremely powerful. I believe that they are supported by some superpower. Although we still don't know which superpower is moving in secret, our sacred temple has other matters to attend to. We don't have enough energy to fight another superpower," Uncle Lee said seriously. "My guild leader had decided to ignore them temporarily. We'll decide what to do after we take control of the Freedom Alliance." The guild leader said that. Although 100 Leaves was hesitant, she had to obey the guild leader. "I understand. I'll make sure to secure the first fleet position in the next siege battle." "Ah, right. Also, the target has declared war on the House of Seas. Don't poke your nose into this matter. Let them wear each other down," Uncle Lee warned her before disconnecting the call. "He declared war on the House of Seas. Why? Has he lost his mind?" 100 Leaves gaped, wondering if she had heard wrong. The House of Seas was even stronger than the entire Freedom Alliance. It also had the support of a major corporation. It had both financial strength and manpower in abundance. Moreover, although it wasn't as powerful as a super first-rate guilds, due to the situation in Sea's End, it was much stronger than veteran first-rate guilds. Yet Shifeng had openly declared war against the guild. She wasn't sure if Shifeng was brave or just foolish. Immediately, 100 Leaves launched an investigation into the matter. Before, she had focused on commanding the battle against the Nine-Claw Squid, so she had been oblivious about anything outside of the battle. Who is this guy? When 100 Leaves received the information her subordinates had collected, she was astonished. Shifeng was simply overbearing. He actually intended to fight the House of Seas to the bitter end. Meanwhile, a storm brewed in the House of Seas' main headquarters in Meteorite City. Great! A single player dares to declare war against the House of Seas. Now, we're a laughingstock in Sea's End. Pass the word. Use everything we have to take down Stormwind Town. I want him obliterated. Send the Blood-Drinking Legion to keep an eye on him as well. If he sets foot outside of the town, kill him. I want everyone in Sea's End to know that no one gets away with provoking the House of Seas." Tyrant Serpent, the House of Seas guild leader, laughed in anger after watching the declaration of war video on the official forums. "Since he wants to sell the sea god's blessing, I'll give him a chance. From now on, sell our sea god's blessings in our shops. Sell them at 1 gold per bottle. Didn't he recently purchase a large stock? I want to see just how much money he can afford to lose. Chapter 1264, Number 1 at Sea. Inside the House of C's meeting room. Tyrant Serpent's orders shocked the guild's upper echelons in the room. This was the first time they had seen their guild leader so enraged, angry enough to make rash decisions. Guild leader, isn't that a little too far? We're already spending 1 gold for each sea god's blessing we obtain. If we sell the potion for 1 gold, won't we be working for nothing? Moreover, our stock is limited. If we don't sell enough potions, that player will continue to make a profit, yet if we sell too many, we might not have enough for our members. It could hurt our exploration of Death's Waterfall. The House of Seas had stumbled upon the secret land, Death's Waterfall, by coincidence. The area's resources were beyond abundant. It was even home to quite a few ancient ruins. The small corner of Death's Waterfall they had explored thus far had already boosted the guild's strength significantly. Among their initial harvest, they had obtained over a dozen bronze speedboats. They had also obtained a mysterious iron speedboat. There was even less need to mention the number of top-tier weapons and equipment they had found. The areas of Death's Waterfall they had explored thus far were only the tip of the iceberg. The farther they ventured, the more frightening the treasures they encountered. However, the secret land's environment was severe. If players did not possess sufficiently high magic resistance, survival was out of the question. Hence, the House of Seas had purchased the sea god's blessing in bulk. Fortunately, the House of Seas had met an NPC Grandmaster Alchemist, which allowed them to synthesize runic crystals at a much higher success rate. However, while the cost of synthesizing the runic crystals had decreased significantly, it still wasn't cheap. To explore Death's Waterfall, the House of Seas invested tons of coins and resources each day. Moreover, the guild increased its investments by the day. The more players they could send into the secret land, the faster they could explore the area. Naturally, they would send as many players as they could. This was also why their guild was in short supply of coins. However, after seeing the popularity of the sea god's blessing in the various empires, they had found a solution to their money problem. They could sell some of their stock to fund the exploration. But selling the sea god's blessing at cost would gain them nothing. Don't worry. Previously, we only purchased runic fragments for 6 silver per stack to prevent others from synthesizing runic crystals. If we purchase the fragments in bulk for 4 silver per stack, that brat won't have any hope against us, Tyrant Serpent said, chuckling. You just need to focus on finding an opportunity to kill that player. Hearing this, realization dawned on the upper echelons. After all was said and done, Stormwind Town was only a town. The teleportation fees to get there weren't cheap. Meanwhile, the House of Seas had shops in all of the 12 major NPC cities as well as numerous NPC towns in Sea's End. If players only planned to sell a small number of fragments, they could earn far more by selling them for 4 silver per stack rather than traveling to Stormwind Town to sell them for 5 silver per stack. By doing this, not only could they hinder Shifeng's financial progress, but they could also lower their cost of obtaining the sea god's blessing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They doubted that Shifeng had the assistance of a Grandmaster Alchemist. If this competition persisted long-term, Shifeng would eventually fail to make any money with the sea god's blessing, suffering losses instead. Guild leader is the best. If that brat had agreed to cooperate from the very beginning, he could have kept 20% of his profits. Now, he'll be kicked out of the competition and hunted endlessly. Following which, the House of Seas upper echelons left to fulfill Tyrant Serpent's orders. As the House of Seas had discussed Shifeng's situation, players also discussed the matter on Sea's End's official forum. Someone had long since uploaded Shifeng's declaration video against the House of Seas. No one had ever expected this outcome. Despite the House of C's sending hundreds of experts at Shifeng, the guild suffered a miserable defeat, its experts either dying or running away with their tails between their legs. Shifeng's battle video had also mesmerized many independent players. Whether it was his positioning, dodges, or attacks, compared to the other expert battle videos they had seen, this video was worlds apart. In prior battle videos, they had seen experts take on 20 opponents at most. Moreover, those crowds usually consisted of ordinary players with poor equipment and low levels. The higher quality videos usually only recorded a single expert taking on 3 or 4 elite players. Even so, the videos were educational and helped them to learn many combat techniques. However, Shifeng's battle video showcased a fight against the House of C's 200-man expert team. Even if some were not true experts, they were not that far off from it either. Just one of these players could easily overwhelm multiple independent players like themselves, yet Shifeng had suppressed all 200. If these players were distracted in the slightest while watching the battle video, they'd miss how the House of C's members had died. Some of them had even opted to play the video in slow motion. Their eyes couldn't keep up with Shifeng's speed, after all. Such a mythical battle completely redefined their definition of expert. Compared to Shifeng, the usual experts were nothing than a joke. The boss of this grocery store is invincible. He actually killed close to half of the House of C's 200 experts by himself. I wonder if he'd accept an apprentice. I have to ask him to teach me his ways. I wonder if that shopkeeper plans to establish an adventurer team or guild. If he does, I have to join even if I go bankrupt. How can he move so fast? Is he even human? He's a monster. There isn't a single player in C's End that's a match for him. Even those famous experts can't block one of his attacks. Ha ha ha. The House of C's is in trouble this time. They've provoked such an expert. If this expert wants revenge, the House of C's members will have to be careful. The House of C's has indeed knocked on the wrong door this time. However, it won't be easy for this expert to cause trouble for the House of C's. After all, the guild has nearly 1 million members. Even if he can kill a player each second, it would take him days to annihilate the guild. Even if he goes out of his way to hunt them down, what about his level and equipment? At the end of the day, one man's power is limited. At most, this player can annoy the House of C's and damage its reputation. Even so, he's still pretty impressive. The House of C's is one of C's End's overlords. Have you ever seen the House of C's suffer such a miserable defeat before? The forums buzzed with conversation regarding Shifeng. The most debated topic was about who would emerge victorious. Would it be Shifeng? Or would the House of C's triumph? Although the outcome was unknown, everyone agreed on one thing: the grocery store's proprietor was undoubtedly the #1 expert in C's End. For a time, many players dreamed of being Shifeng's students. Because of this, the grocery store's popularity skyrocketed. By now, practically everyone in C's End knew about it. In just half an hour after Shifeng's battle with the House of C's experts, Stormwind Town was packed with players, the town's player population increasing by several times. Many had come out of admiration, while some had come to convince Shifeng to teach them. There was also a portion that had come to sell their runic fragments. Players swarmed the shop. Even getting through the entrance was now a problem. Guild leader, too many players are trying to sell their runic fragments. The grocery store's warehouse is nearly at full capacity. Why don't we start renovating the shop? We can bring in some of Candlelight's products, Fire Dance excitedly suggested after entering the second-floor room. While she had been out purchasing Sea God's blessings, she had gained a general understanding of C's End. She had to admit that the business standards here were significantly inferior to the Star Moon Kingdoms. The area's lifestyle players were also low quality. If they sold the Candlelight trading firm's merchandise here, the items would definitely be in high demand. Chapter 1265, Town Manager. Promote Candlelight's merchandise. Fire Dance's sudden suggestion tempted even Shifeng. However, he quickly came to a decision and shook his head, saying, "It's not time for that yet." Why? Fire Dance was confused. The House of Seas can't touch us in Stormwind Town for now. Even if we sell our merchandise here, all they can do is watch. They might not be able to touch us, but that's not the case for everyone, Shifeng said as he glanced out the window. He pointed at the large group of players wearing the House of Seas guild emblem that had appeared on the street below. Speak of the devil. Fire Dance curiously followed his gaze. Immediately, she noticed 100 House of Seas members outside the grocery store. These players had blocked off the shop's entrance, preventing anyone from getting close. From now on, anybody that enter this grocery store will be an enemy of the House of Seas. Anybody that ignores this warning will reap the consequences as soon as they leave the town. The House of Seas will also start purchasing runic fragments without limit for 5 silver per stack, the leading House of Seas member announced. The representative instantly had the attention of every player in the business district. They hadn't expected the guild to adopt the stick and carrot approach. Rather than provoking the House of Seas, they'd be safest to sell their fragments to the guild. Fire Dance also realized what Shifeng had meant. The House of Seas might not be able to attack them, but the guild could easily deal with other players. As Fire Dance considered the situation, several more groups appeared on the street. These players were all House of Seas members, and they were all level 41 and above. They were decorated with excellent weapons and equipment, the most inferior of which was level 40 secret silver rank. After making their appearance, these players marched towards Stormwind Town's entrance. It was obvious they intended to grind in Stormwind Shelter. The House of Seas sure moves quickly. Shifeng smiled faintly as he watched the House of Seas elite teams leave town to grind. It seems we need to hurry. Guild leader, leave this to me. Even if the House of Seas bars players from selling us their fragments in Stormwind Town, I can set up stalls in other towns and cities. I refuse to believe they can corner us completely, Fire Dance said confidently. She was an assassin. She was also incredibly strong. It would be very difficult for the House of Seas to keep track of and assassinate her. Although it would be tiresome running about numerous towns and cities, and she could only carry so many runic fragments in her bag space, they could still purchase quite a few Sea God's blessings with 4,000 fragment stacks. The House of Seas was dreaming if it thought it could stop them from purchasing runic fragments. No. We'll stop collecting runic fragments temporarily. Our priority is to secure ownership of Stormwind Town, Shifeng said, chuckling. Secure ownership? Fire Dance was surprised. That's right. The towns in Sea's End are slightly special. If we want to develop a shop here, we need to manage the town, Shifeng said, nodding. The town managers wield powerful authority. Although they cannot banish players from the town, they can prevent players from setting up shops. Players would have to sign a contract with the town manager before doing so. This is why there are so few shops in Sea's End and why the business development here is so poor. Currently, Stormwind Town isn't under any player's control. If we want to establish a shop, we need to take control of Stormwind Town quickly. If we let the House of Seas get there first, we'll be doomed. This was also why the House of Seas had dispatched several elite teams to grind in Stormwind Shelter. To become a town's manager, one first needed to have the most contribution points of any player in that town. They would then have to take the manager's test and pass it. Only then could they become the town's manager for a single month. Once the month ended, if the player still had the highest contribution points, they could continue to serve as the town's manager. If not, they would be replaced. It was a brutal competition. In contrast, the player towns on land did not have time limits. As long as no one else conquered the town, they could hold the position. Should I summon the Dark God's Legion to help? Fire Dance asked. If they wanted to obtain contribution points quickly, they needed more manpower. Currently, the Dark God's Legion was only second to Zero Wing's main force. Although the members were not as high-leveled as Sea's End's experts, when it came to combat standards, they could easily triumph. If it came to a fight, the Dark God's Legion members would have no problems taking on 3 of the House of Sea's experts. No need. We're more than enough for this, Shifeng said, waving his hand. While having the Dark God's Legion wasn't a bad idea, this problem couldn't be resolved with more manpower. After all, the requirement to become a town's manager depended on an individual player's contribution points, not the contribution points of a guild or team. Part of the reason that he had spent 10,000 gold to purchase a Stormwind emblem was to obtain Stormwind Town. Only, the House of Seas had given him no choice but to accelerate his plans. With the Stormwind emblem, players were granted authority within Stormwind Town. With this authority, players could accept advanced town quests, which would allow them to gain town contribution points far more quickly. After all, a large fraction of the TCP's players obtained came from quests. Moreover, the higher a quest's rank, the more TCPs it awarded. This was why the various powers fought for town emblems. Synthesizing runic crystals is boring. Let's pay a visit to the Sea God's Temple, Shifeng said as he stood. In the past, Stormwind Town had been a miniature holy land, which God's domain's various superpowers had fought over. War had been common here, each conflict reaping easily over 500,000 lives. To take control of the town, these powers first had to grind for contribution points. Aside from the daily town quests, plenty of hidden advanced quests and rare quests were available. However, only players with the town emblem or a particular level of authority could accept these quests. In the past, the Sacred Temple had obtained Stormwind Town in part due to a rare quest. Players could accept this quest repeatedly as long as they could pay the price. Every time players completed it, it awarded more contribution points. Many players with authority had known about this quest. However, almost all of them had disregarded it as a waste of both time and manpower. To them, the contribution point reward wasn't worth the price. For a while, no one had accepted it. However, one player from the Sacred Temple had persevered and stubbornly completed the quest, again and again. After his 9th completion, he had more contribution points than any other player in Stormwind Town. This was a shortcut to collecting contribution points. Although everyone eventually learned the truth about this quest, no one else had ever completed it 9 times. Stormwind Town's Sea God's Temple. Shortly after Shifeng entered the main hall, he noticed quite a few players following him. The crowd even included a stealthed assassin. Although none of these players wore a guild emblem, it was obvious that they were from the House of Seas. They sure are diligent. Well, continue following, then. That is, if you can. Shifeng simply smiled as he noticed the House of Seas members. He walked up to an NPC receptionist and said, "Hello. I wish to meet with Vice Temple Master Arnold." "Sir, please follow me." Upon seeing the Stormwind emblem on Shifeng's chest, the NPC receptionist nodded before leading Shifeng to the 2nd floor. Fire Dance waited for him in the 1st floor hall. As Shifeng saw to his business in the Sea God's Temple, a sudden discovery shook the various empires on land. Some shops were actually selling the Sea God's blessing. Moreover, the potion only cost 1 gold per bottle. Chapter 1266, Dragon's Blood. Apocalypse Empire, Deathwhisper Hill. An army of over 100,000 undead guarded the Deathwhisper fortress. A legion of 1,000 players clashed with the constant stream of undead. These undead wore tattered armor and wielded swords and shields. Their movements were organized, and even the weakest among them was a level 42 elite, while the strongest included level 46 lords. If a normal, 1,000-man legion faced this army, they would be terrified. However, this 1,000-man legion killed the undead with a militaristic efficiency, acting as if this situation were just a matter of course. Several hundred MTs raised their shields as they held the undead back, none of them even attacking the monsters as they focused on defense. With the limited space, the MTs maneuvered their shields and displayed impressive technique as they prevented the undead from breaking past their line. As for the DPS players behind the shield wall, they launched an unrelenting assault. Occasionally, they used AoE attacks, dealing high amounts of damage to a cluster of monsters. Good. DPS, prioritize chieftain rank and above monsters. Healers, keep an eye on your mana. If it falls below 30%, retreat, switch players with a backup healer, and recover. Phoenix Rain commanded her legion while attacking a Lord-ranked monster. She remained wholly unperturbed despite facing down an undead army led by 100 lords. It seemed as if this battle were completely under her control. As Phoenix Rain was commanding the battle, Blue Phoenix, who wielded a dark blue crystal staff that radiated the epic rank glow and wore a complete level 45 dark gold set equipment for elementalists, walked up to her leader's side. Blue Phoenix then reported quietly, "Big Sis Rain, we just received news that a shop in Chaos Rock City is selling the popular Sea God's Blessing. Moreover, the potion only costs 1 gold per bottle." What? Why is it so cheap? When Phoenix Rain heard Blue Phoenix's report, a hint of surprise slipped through her calm exterior. Is the information reliable? Or is that shop just trying to become famous, selling a small number for such a low price? The Sea God's Blessing had become a strategic resource, which God's domain's superpowers competed over. Its effects were wondrous for exploring secret ruins and raiding dungeons. Among the Sea God's Blessings sold in the Apocalypse Empire, Phoenix Rain had only obtained a little over 500 bottles. Miracle and Battle Wolves had snatched the majority of the potions. Meanwhile, she was saving these Sea God's Blessing as a trump card to raid large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons and the competition on Thunder Island. Previously, the cheapest Sea God's Blessings in the Apocalypse Empire's auction house had sold for 6 gold. Even after deducting the processing fees, the players selling the potion would get over 5 gold per bottle, yet someone had decided to sell it for 1 gold. No matter how she looked at it, this felt like fake news. She had long since investigated the Sea God's Blessing. The potion could only be purchased from the Sea God's Temple. The only way to obtain a large quantity in a short time right now was to trade in runic crystals. However, runic crystals were even rarer than magic crystals. Other than defeating boss-grade sea monsters, the only reliable way of obtaining them was to synthesize runic fragments. Unfortunately, the synthesis was expensive. Initial estimates put the cost of 1 bottle of Sea God's Blessing at a minimum of 1 gold, 50 silver. If unlucky, the potion might even cost 2 gold. Although her people had tried that method, the results had been disappointing. After all, they knew very few NPC master alchemists. Moreover, unless they achieved a certain level of favorability with these NPCs, they would not receive any help. Most importantly, each Sea God's temple had a limited number of Sea God's Blessings. By the time they had amassed a large number of runic crystals, the Sea God's temple they had visited had run out of stock. I thought the same thing. But according to our reports, the shop has already sold more than 1,000 bottles. Many large guilds have given up on purchasing the potion in the auction house. Only independent teams with flimsy information networks are bidding on the potions, Blue Phoenix explained. This is interesting. Have you found out who runs that shop yet? Phoenix Rain asked, chuckling softly. Yes. The House of Seas owns the shop. It is a warehouse-type shop that the House of Seas operates to collect materials and potions that cannot be found at sea. Blue Phoenix then sent Phoenix Rain the related information. Chaos Rock City ranked in the 10s among the many NPC cities in the Apocalypse Empire. It was insignificant compared to the Imperial capital. With enough money early in the game, anyone could obtain land in the NPC cities ranked beyond 10th place. None of the superpowers would pay any attention to these small cities. Taking advantage of this fact, powers such as the House of Seas, that were not based in the Apocalypse Empire, had purchased the lands. One of the reasons for doing so was to set up a foundation for any potential development. They could also set up a shop to serve as their eyes in the empire while they used it as a warehouse of sorts. Their competitor must be quite strong to force the House of Seas to this, Phoenix Rain chuckled. Since the House of Seas wants to stomp its competition by lowering the potion's price, we'll use this opportunity to buy as many as we can. However, we cannot let the House of Seas' competitor die off too quickly. Have someone contact the competitor and tell them that we wish to have a chat. Understood. Blue Phoenix promptly began to contact her subordinates. While Phoenix Ran and Blue Phoenix had conversed, the other major powers had sent their people to investigate the situation. After all, they all knew that the House of Seas had a very strong backer. They were curious to know who was capable of forcing the House of Seas into this corner. Moreover, whoever was responsible was capable of securing a large quantity of sea gods' blessings. If the other party were strong enough, they could consider forming a partnership. If not, all the better. Stormwind Town, Sea God's Temple's second-floor reception room. After waiting in the reception room for some time, Shifeng watched a stern, gray-robed, old man nearing his 70s enter the room. Although this old man's hair was fully white, he brimmed with spirit. Moreover, the instant this old man appeared, Shifeng felt the space around him radiate an immense pressure. He felt as if he would be turned into meat paste if he made any sudden movements. This old man was none other than Arnold, the Vice-Temple Master of Stormwind Town's Sea God's Temple. On the surface, the NPC's information showed that he was a level 160, Tier 3 Great Mage. In reality, however, he was a Tier 4 Great Wizard. Only, due to his last battle, he had fallen ill, falling a tier as a result. This was the beginning of the rare quest chain. Young adventurer, what business do you have with me? Arnold asked indifferently as he watched Shifeng. As the Sea God's Temple's Vice-Temple Master, his status was extremely high. If not for Shifeng's Stormwind emblem, he would not be worth this NPC's time. Arnold's cold greeting didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Smiling, he answered, Lord Arnold, I've heard that, to protect this town in the past, you fought a desperate battle against an abyssal monster. In the end, you used a curse to kill the monster. However, you suffered a backlash as a result. I have an advanced healing potion with me. I hope that it can be of some help to your injuries. Saying so, Shifeng took an advanced healing potion from his bag. Thank you, young adventurer, Arnold said, his tone no longer cold and indifferent. He then shook his head and said, however, you are better off saving this advanced healing potion for yourself. I know full well what kind of wound I suffer. It is not that easy to treat. Even the water of life cannot help me. May I know what may help you recover, Lord Arnold? Shifeng asked. Young adventurer, I do not wish to belittle your strength, but curing my wounds is too difficult. If you really wish to help me, you must first collect a drop of dragon's blood, Arnold said, chuckling. He then turned and left the reception room. System, Rare Hidden Quest, Heroes Past, triggered. Do you wish to accept? Shifeng accepted the quest without hesitation. Sure enough, the quest is the same as it was in the past. Shifeng released a sigh of relief. After all, he did not have a deep understanding of Sea's End. Much of his information contained falsehoods. Fortunately, the information regarding this quest had been true. The first item this chain quest required was the super rare herb, Dragon's Blood. When consumed, players would permanently gain anywhere from 10 to 20 strength. Very few players were willing to trade such a precious item for a few TCP. Following which, Shifeng left the reception room and headed downstairs. Fire Dance, who was in stealth, approached with an anxious expression and reported, Guild leader, this isn't good. The House of Seas is selling a large number of sea gods' blessings in shops throughout the various empires. Moreover, they are selling them for 1 gold per bottle. Everyone has stopped buying the potion from the auction house. In addition, the House of Seas is purchasing runic fragments without limit in the various towns and cities for 4 silver per stack. I'm afraid that it won't be long before they buy out all of the runic fragments other players have accumulated. If that happens, it won't be easy to purchase fragments in bulk anymore. Chapter 1267, Frightening Influence. The House of Seas is quite bold, Shi Feng muttered, revealing a bitter smile when he read the information Fire Dance had given him. Aren't they afraid that they'll go bankrupt? Selling the sea god's blessing for 1 gold per bottle was simply foolish. It was the equivalent of harming oneself to damage the enemy. By doing so, neither side would profit. While the House of Seas could recover from the losses if it endured, if it lost the competition, its efforts would go to waste. Unlike the House of Seas, which could sell the potions in its shops through the various empires, Shi Feng was at a disadvantage. He could only sell the sea god's blessing for a minimum of 1 gold, 2 silver in the auction house. In this case, he only sold a very small number of sea god's blessings each day. He would make barely any money. Guild leader, are we still going to sell the sea god's blessing? Fire Dance asked. Of course, we are. Since the House of Seas wants to fight to the bitter end, I'd like to see how long they can keep this up, Shi Feng said, smiling nonchalantly. Get a group of trustworthy assassins from the guild over here and have them sell our sea god's blessings in the various empires. We'll sell the potion for 60 silver per bottle. Limit the sales volume to 3,000 bottles per empire per day. Have them work in 3-man groups and rotate. Instruct a few others to split up and head to Seas End cities to purchase fragments in bulk. Since the House of Seas will buy the fragments at 4 silver per stack, we'll buy the fragments at 5 silver per stack. Keep our prices 1 silver higher than the House of Seas. To any other player, selling the sea god's blessing for 60 silver per bottle would result in a loss. Fortunately, that wasn't the case for Shi Feng. If he purchased runic fragments at 5 silver per stack, it would only cost him 12 silver, 50 copper for each bottle of sea god's blessing. By selling the potions at 60 silver per bottle, he didn't get as much profit. Even so, profit was profit. The House of Seas could only blame itself for picking a fight with the wrong player. Understood. Fire Dance smiled. Had the House of Seas chosen to challenge them properly, both sides would have made a profit. Now, however, the House of Seas had shot itself in the leg. Following which, Fire Dance contacted the guild's elite assassins and had them hurry to Stormwind Town. Meanwhile, Shi Feng brought 4,000 bottles of sea god's blessing back to White River City. He planned to store them in the guild warehouse and let the guild's core members trade GCP for the potions. At the same time, he intended to search for dragon's blood. Dragon's blood was also known as draconic herb. It was extremely rare. Even if one scoured Seas End, they wouldn't find it. Normally, it was a treasure that only bloomed in kingdoms and empires that produced herbs. To obtain the herb, a player needed luck. Even Shi Feng would have a hard time finding the herb. Hence, he would rely on the candlelight trading firm to purchase it for a high price. Otherwise, he'd never move to the next part of the quest chain. White River City's teleportation hall. As soon as Shi Feng returned using the return scroll, he discovered a flood of players teleporting into the city. There were at least twice as many players than before. Among them, there were members of large guilds belonging to other kingdoms and empires. He easily counted members of 14 first-rate guilds in the teleportation hall. There were also a large group of Battle Wolves members. For a moment, Shi Feng wondered if he had mistakenly teleported to the Beast Empire's capital. What's going on? Shi Feng was surprised as he observed the teleportation hall. Before Shi Feng could figure out what was happening, he heard players discussing the candlelight auction. There sure are a lot of people going to the candlelight auction this time. No kidding. Not only will the auction offer slots to enter the holy city of Titan, but they're also selling bronze mounts and personal houses. The popularity of the holy city's slots goes without saying. And every player wants a personal house. Not only can you train in a high mana density environment, but you can also take advantage of the NPC shops selling rare items. It'd be so convenient to travel to and from Stone Forest Town and the nearby leveling maps. That's right. Aside from large guilds, plenty of famous adventurer teams have come to participate in the auction. I have heard that they are all here to get one of Stone Forest Town's personal houses. It's a pity that the starting bid for the houses is 300 gold. I would have tried to buy one for myself if it were cheaper. That's already considerably cheap. Stone Forest Town is the #1 player town throughout Star Moon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms. Practically every player in the teleportation hall chatted about the candlelight auction and Stone Forest Town. When they talked about Stone Forest Town, they wore yearning expressions. Has Stone Forest Town become so popular? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. While he acknowledged that Stone Forest Town was a valuable location, he hadn't thought that it would attract so many players from other kingdoms and empires. After all, Stone Forest Town's location was gradually growing less profitable. By the time mainstream players were over level 50, the town would lose its competitive edge. The only advantage the town would have at that time would be its mana density and the NPC shop's rare items. White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Players crowded the 7-story tall building's entrance. Originally, only players with 10 gold or more could enter the shop. However, due to the high number of participants, the trading firm had been forced to raise the requirement to 100 gold. Even then, the designated auction venue, which could accommodate 10,000 people, was full to the brim. Even the VIP rooms were not enough. Originally, only those carrying over 2,000 gold qualified to use the VIP rooms. Now, only those with 10,000 gold or those from superpowers could use the rooms. Most first-rate guilds didn't have 10,000 gold lying around, yet the 30 VIP rooms were occupied. The candlelight auction was more popular than anyone had expected. Melancholic Smile, the auction's host, was stupefied. She found it truly hard to imagine that a mere auction, held by a player-operated shop, could attract so many superpowers and famous adventurer teams. Melancholic Smile wasn't the only one surprised. Even the various powers that had come to attend the auction were shocked to discover so many competitors. Normally, only superpowers auctions attracted so much attention, yet an upstart guild had achieved the same results. Moreover, these powers had all come of their own volition. None of them had been invited. Meanwhile, in a VIP room on the 2nd floor. Guild leader, I've already checked. 7 super guilds and super first-rate guilds are in attendance. Practically every first-rate guild from the neighboring kingdoms and empires are here as well, Purple Eye reported to Galaxy Past. There really is no competing with Zero Wing. Galaxy Past smiled bitterly as he watched the sea of players in the first-floor hall. Only after many years had Galaxy Past developed the Star Alliance into a first-rate guild. However, if the Star Alliance held an auction right now, they'd be lucky if even 5 or 6 first-rate guilds attended. In contrast, Zero Wing had only begun its development after God's Domain launched, yet it had surpassed his many years of effort. Galaxy Past had to admit that the comparison was odious. What kind of reaction will Singular Burial have if he finds out about this? Galaxy Past muttered. Some time ago, Heaven's Burial had announced that it would hold an auction at the same time as the Candlelight Trading Firm. However, Heaven's Burial had become a laughingstock. Chapter 1268, Foundation that Exceeds Expectations. The candlelight auction's turnout exceeded everyone's expectations. As everyone waited quietly for the auction to begin, a stalwart-looking man seated in a second-floor VIP room and carrying a greatsword across his back exclaimed, "Boss Sirius, the candlelight trading firm is awesome. Despite this being its first auction, it can already compete with the dark auction. Indeed. Although the candlelight auction is no match for the dark auction, in terms of the number of major powers participating in this auction, I'm afraid that it is already nearing the level of Super Guild's auctions. Sirius, who sat beside the stalwart man, nodded. He, too, was surprised. After his defeat against Shifeng in the Dark Arena, he had investigated Zero Wing thoroughly. However, while he knew that Zero Wing's overall strength could rival that of a first-rate guild, he had never imagined that the guild would be this powerful. From the moment he had set foot in White River City, practically every one of his expectations had been surpassed. Whether it was the business district or the standards of the players in the city, White River City was superior to many kingdoms' capital cities. In God's domain, a guild's capabilities weren't determined by its strength alone. The status of its main city was also important. Oftentimes, the prosperity of a city determined the development of a guild. Currently, White River City's prosperity was not one bit inferior to Starmoon City. If not for the new expansion pack, which caused dark cities to appear near various kingdoms' capitals, White River City would have most likely surpassed Starmoon City by a large margin. If not for the candlelight trading firm's intention of selling the slots to enter Titan City, he really wouldn't have discovered that Zero Wing had already developed to such a degree. Meanwhile, in another room, a handsome man glared, displeased, at the crowded first-floor hall. Pavilion Master, my people have finished the investigation into the situation. So many people are attending this auction to bid for Stone Forest Town's personal housing and the advanced mana armor kits, a dignified young man reported. Although this young man simply stood there, he seemed like the center of the universe. Moreover, he radiated a terrifying aura. Even the man's companions, who were level 42 experts, wouldn't get within 10 yards of him. This young man was none other than the monster of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that had grasped a domain at a very young age, Martial Dragon. Zero Wing is actually capable of such a grand auction. No wonder why Rain has such an optimistic view of this guild. It's a pity that, even after attracting so many customers with the Holy City's slots, Zero Wing only has such pitiful items to sell. Nine Dragons Emperor sneered when he saw Melancholic Smile walking up to the stage. If this auction were organized properly, it could attract so many more major powers in the future. It would massively boost Zero Wing's development. After all, these major powers had money. Anyone else would only have spare change. Zero Wing would never have attracted the true major powers if not for the Holy City's slots. As Nine Dragons Emperor fell silent, the auction officially began. Under the crowd's attentive gaze, Melancholic Smile, who wore a luxurious, blue dress, approached the front of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the candlelight auction. This auction will have two phases. During the first phase, we will sell items that have been carefully selected by our own auction house. The second stage will be a bartering session with the auction house as an intermediary. However, to ensure the quality of the items offered for trade, we will collect a processing fee of 10 magic crystals or 3 gold coins for each item. For materials specifically, we will charge 15 magic crystals or 4 gold coins per stack. As Melancholic Smile finished explaining the auction's flow, a commotion swept through the crowd. Crap. This is fraud. Even a first-rate guild's auction wouldn't dare charge 10 magic crystals for every item. That's right. How can you be this greedy? Players in the first-floor hall shouted their indignation. Although many of the major powers present had attended the dark auction before and knew about these bartering sessions, Candlelight's high price was ludicrous. The dark auction only dared to charge a high price because it was the best auction throughout God's domain. Only extraordinary existences were invited. Ha ha ha. Zero Wing sure is interesting. Nine Dragons Emperor could not help but laugh when he heard Melancholic Smile's explanation. However, this is a good opportunity to earn some money from the major powers. After all, a few of the superpowers here have come to bid for the Holy City slots. Whether it is the adventurer teams, independent players, or guilds, none would miss such a golden opportunity to trade high-value items. Such a shameful behavior would earn the various major powers' ire. Needless to say, the candlelight auction wouldn't happen again. Even Phoenix Rain's reputation in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be soiled for supporting Zero Wing. Just what is Black Flame thinking? Yuan Tianxin stared at Melancholic Smile in confusion. Is he so desperate for money that he's willing to abandon his reputation? The first auction was always the most important. Asking for such an unreasonable price would only incur the wrath of the various major powers. None of these powers would likely visit the auction house in the future. Purple Jade, who sat beside Yuan Tianxin, was also confused. Based on her understanding of Black Flame, he wouldn't make such a newbie mistake. Meanwhile, as Melancholic Smile saw the attendees' reactions, she revealed an expression that seemed to say, as expected. Originally, she had planned to set the processing fees at 1 magic crystal or 30 silver coins per item. This way, they could more or less guarantee the quality of the items while avoiding such a negative reaction. After all, the candlelight auction was relatively small compared to something like the dark auction. Players weren't likely to offer high-quality items for trade. The candlelight auction had only attracted so many superpowers and first-rate guilds due to the Holy City's slots. Yet, Shi Feng had insisted on increasing the price. It was obvious he was treating the various attendees like fools. However, now that things had already developed to this point, Melancholic Smile could only endure the complaints while starting the auction. We will now begin the auction. The first item we are offering is a magic whale skin. Melancholic Smile said as she gestured to the semi-transparent screen above the stage. The screen displayed an image of the magic whale skin as well as its attribute panel. Suddenly, the venue fell silent. What? Everyone was stunned after reading the item's introduction. The various major powers, particularly the superpowers, had already begun to develop their naval forces. Hence, they understood just how important ships were and were madly investing manpower and resources into obtaining high-ranking ships. These major powers wanted to upgrade their high-ranking ships to ease the fights against sea monsters. These organizations were even purchasing bronze-rank strengthening items at astronomical prices. However, such strengthening items were extremely rare, no less than the high-ranking ships themselves. Even if one obtained such an item, they'd refuse to sell it. After all, if one could strengthen their own ships, their power at sea would increase by a large margin. Yet, the candlelight trading firm was actually auctioning off a dark gold ranked strengthening item. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.